just
He
there
was just
a minute
there.
ago.
If he says something, he'll pop up.
Yeah, it's kind of daunting with this big brother picture in the background.
We want you to be able to see everybody who's here, even if they're not on video. And there's a setting that's supposed to enable that, but it's like not working tonight.
Or they moved it.
Is it one of those like do the gallery view?
It says show non-video participants. It couldn't be any more clear.
We're on gallery, but
Yeah.
That should like.
Show people who are on Zoom but are not showing their video. Yeah, and we have a few, but the setting doesn't seem to want to work, so.
it's past
I'd
7.
like to formally open the CPDC meeting, tonight being the 13th of December, 2021. Okay, and Andrew is going to fill people in on what the protocol is.
Yep, so thank you everyone for joining us. As Pam mentioned, this is the CPDC meeting of Monday, December 13th. The meeting is being conducted in person with remote capabilities through Zoom. I will add that the meeting is also being recorded by RCTV. From staff, there is me, Andrew McNichol, staff planner, and I'm with Community Development Director Julie Mercier. From the CPDC in person, we have Chair Pamela Adrian, Secretary Heather Klisch, John Weston, new member Katrina Meyer, and Associate Tony DeRezzo. And Mr. Nick Safina is also joined through Zoom. So if you are here in person, please sign in at the door if you haven't already. And we have the following protocols that we ask you to follow. If you are in person and you brought a device, please do not log into the Zoom. If you do, you must remain muted and speakers off at all times. And those on Zoom, please do remain muted until you are acknowledged by the chair. The microphones are very sensitive and can pick up sound very easily, so they can be very distracting. CPDC, as you know, the mics in front of you pick up your sound for the Zoom audience. They too are very sensitive. Please do not mute them or they will all turn off. The OWL system is our mic and video, and will track whoever is speaking and play it for the Zoom room. And the conduct is typically followed that the development team will give an application to the board. The board will then ask questions and have a dialogue with the applicant team, and then it will be opened up to public comment. If you are on Zoom and you do wish to speak during public comment, please use the raise hand button, I believe found under reactions, and we will acknowledge you to the chair. If you are in person, when you are speaking, please just do stand in the center at the sticker so that the camera can capture you. And I think that will do it from me.
Okay, we've got to change the agenda. We're moving up in first place, if we could. The 89 King, 90 Prospect. Are all parties present? Excellent. Please introduce yourself and
Sure.
open it up.
For the record, my name is Jack Sullivan. I'm owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group. I don't know if we have the plan up on the screen or not,
Do you give me 1 second?
but I can speak off it before it goes up. Happens that this involves number 90 Prospect Street and 89 King Street. It's under one ownership. The owner of 90 Prospect also owns 89 King Street. 89 King Street consisted of 2 parcels of land. And what they were basically looking to do is behind 89 King Street, there was a landlocked parcel of land, and they're basically looking to convey what's shown as parcel A to go with 89 King Street, and then parcel B will go with 90 Prospect Street. So we're adding, and each remaining lot will have sufficient lot area, and there were no changes in lot frontage for this project.
Okay.
And if there's any questions from the board, I'll come back up and try to answer them. There's no wetlands, so sometimes you have to deal with contiguous buildable area. We don't have that situation here. It's all upland area. So it's really a matter of just lot frontage and lot area, and we satisfy both of those requirements for the underlying zoning district.
Okay. Are there any waivers?
No waivers.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Does it matter that the plan says, lot 2, lot 2B when it's doing its addition, but the parcel is called parcel B. Does that matter at all?
No, that's actually why I did it that way. I made parcel A and parcel B, those are not lots. Lot 1 and 2 existed as lots, so we're adding parcel A and then I gave it a new designation. So I purposely did it that way.
Okay, thanks.
And did you bring in Mylar?
I did not.
Okay.
I wanted to see if there were any changes. If not, I can drop the Mylar off to Town Hall this week.
Sure.
No questions from me.
None from me.
We're good. Okay, so you just need to vote to endorse.
I think we need to vote to endorse. Okay, can we do a roll call to endorse?
Well, I'll make.
Let's make a motion
Yeah.
and move the CPDC endorse the A&R for 89 King Street and 90 Prospect Street.
I'll second.
Okay. And if we can have a roll call?
John, yes.
Heather, yes.
Pam, yes.
Katrina, yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Good. We'll get those signed off as soon as you get them.
Thank you. I'll try to drop a Mylar off this week.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next order of business is the continued public hearing for 103 Sanborn Lane, also known as Chimney Hill RE LLC. We have all parties here.
Yes. Good evening, members of the commission. Nice to see you all again. I think this is the third or fourth visit here on this project. I'm William Crowley. I represent the applicant, Chimney Hill Real Estate LLC, who is also represented here by Mark Hall and his son Cody. The managers of Chimney Hill, and Max Sullivan is our esteemed engineer who's worked very closely with the entire staff and tried to incorporate all of the comments and suggestions which have been made over the last few meetings. So I know we've been through this before. I'm just going to give a real quick summary and then I'll go to the bullet points on the requested waivers, if I could. This is located on that portion of Sanborn Lane, which is a private way. We're requesting a 3-lot subdivision of what is presently kind of a pork chop or hatch-shaped lot, where there is currently a small house with a shed, both of which will come down for purposes of the subdivision and the road, which we're requesting to go in to service the 3 lots at the end of a cul-de-sac. It is such a small subdivision, and because there are no wetlands that we have to deal with up there, that prompts several, and gives a backdrop, I should say, for several of the requested waivers. So with that, the delineated wetlands, we're requesting a waiver of that. There are none. Traffic study, again, it's so small, 3 lots, it's only going to have maybe 6 cars coming and going. Environmental impact study, again, it's so small and there's no wetlands up there. The street lighting, 611B7C, street lighting, there is a light pole at the entrance, or what will be the entrance, from Sanborn Lane into what is proposed to be called Farmhouse Lane. And the town engineer, the engineer's office, has opined that it is not necessary that another light pole be installed up on the cul-de-sac. Rather, it is the intention of the proposal to put individual light posts up in front of each home to cast the necessary light, but we're not suggesting a tall light pole in the cul-de-sac itself. more important waivers that we're requesting have to do with the width of the right-of-way and the paved way. We're requesting a waiver to a 40-foot wide right-of-way and the cul-de-sac 50 feet rather than 60, and with a 24-foot wide paved road. We're also requesting a waiver so that the island not be required, which is actually requested by the fire department and DPW always. And lastly, we're requesting a waiver to allow for us to put a sidewalk on one side rather than both sides, coming down to Sanborn Lane. What I am hoping to accomplish here today is to have it completely vetted and approved by this commission tonight. I've read through the proposed draft decision and approval. The last time I was here, I asked about the provision on page 7, F in the category prior to plan endorsement, particular number 5, where it says owner of record. The applicant shall have become the owner of record of the subject land to be subdivided and shall provide acceptable documentation of such to the community development director, and that's prior to plan endorsement. Well, we are under an agreement to purchase this property, provided, however, that this 3-lot subdivision be approved. So it's a chicken and egg situation. We believe that we can close the loan and take title to this property if this commission at least gives the vote tonight to approve. You may not necessarily have to endorse the plan until after we close. So if everything goes well, we'll have it approved at a vote tonight. We can go through with our closing, which will happen after any appeal period transpires. And then I'll present the deed to the staff. And then hopefully it'll just be a matter of an administrative move to get the order and the plan approved.
Yeah, so you just outlined the process really nicely, actually, Bill, because the approval does happen first. And then there's a 6-month period between the approval, there can be up to a 6-month period between the approval and the endorsement of the plans. And the endorsement is when you actually make sure you've complied with any last-minute changes that are requested, and then provide Mylars to the town, and then come to Cpdc and they actually vote to endorse and sign the Mylars. So there's a window of time between the two for those details to hopefully be worked out. And I did check the subdivision regulations, and that condition is directly out of the subdivision regulations, so.
Yep.
So hopefully that will work out.
Thank you, Julie,
Sure.
I appreciate that, and it won't take us 6 months to get you everything you need.
Great.
So with that, unless you have questions for me on what I just presented, I'll turn it over to Jack, and he can answer any particulars on the engineering and his communications with Ryan Percival and the engineering staff, because I know that the water, stormwater is new to this commission for its approval. So Jack worked with the engineer's office and the engineer's department and tweaked everything out. Ryan did, I'm not sure, did he actually submit a writing memorandum saying he approved? Because the last memo that I saw said, I approve it, I just don't know if I'll have time to get the letter. I hope that he did.
He did get us a letter, it was late on Thursday.
Beautiful, good. So, thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Jack Sullivan, owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group. I just wanted to correct one thing that Attorney Crowley said. And at our previous meeting, we were looking at, there's a utility pole at the site entrance. There's a light that directs light onto Sanborn Lane. It did come up at the town staff meeting that they would like another street light at the end of the cul-de-sac. I did add that to the plan. So that's everything else was on point, but we did add one street light at the end of the cul-de-sac at the town's request.
I apologize, Jack, I missed that.
Yep, that's okay. So what I'm gonna go through is, I'm gonna go through some of the changes made to the plan since last time, and then we can open it up to any questions. So we did add a street light at the end of the cul-de-sac. Some of the members were asking what trees were gonna remain on this project. So on sheet 4, which is the site plan, we show existing trees along the left and right side of the entranceway, and also along the rear lot line that will remain. And they're labeled for size and also type, if they're a hardwood tree or a coniferous tree. We added a limit of work line and mulch sock along the limit of work for this project. We showed soil stockpiles and material stockpile areas. This is a requirement of the stormwater application that I'll get into. We show a proposed temporary construction entrance to the site. So what that is, it's just really a crushed stone type entrance, so when vehicles are coming in and out of the site, they're not tracking mud onto Sanborn Lane. I did have a meeting with the owners of 23 Thomas Drive. They are the abutter to the rear left. They were concerned, well, with a few things. They were concerned with the development of Lot 2. The house that we previously had on this plan had a side entry garage, and the driveway went pretty close to the rear lot line. They asked if that could be modified, so we did. We changed the house style, and right now it's a front entry. And we, by making that driveway a front entrance garage, we also reduced the impervious surfaces by 1,000 square feet. So we're in the Aquifer Protection District. That's a bonus. I didn't make any changes to the drainage system. I still left it sized as is the 1,000 square feet was there, so we added even some additional capacity in the system. In meeting with the owners of 23 Thomas Drive, we did agree to plant 5 hemlock trees along the rear lot line. And I know Mark Hall had a private meeting with the owners this week as well, and they have a handshake agreement on these plantings. And I think even the abutting owners are going to do some plantings as well. So that should work out. I did add a fieldstone wall on the right side of the roadway from station 0+30 to 2+0, and that was due to the slope along there and retaining the trees. Once I started looking at saving the trees instead of grading that all the way back, it's just a landscaped wall. It's less than 4 feet in height. It'll look nice along the entrance, and we keep the trees. And I added a lot more proposed site grading just to show how water would flow. That was a question at the last meeting. Some of the abutters had concerns about drainage. I just want to point out that this has been fully vetted by the town engineer. All the water slopes away from Sanborn Lane. Nothing drains out across Sanborn Lane. There's 2 catch basins out at the front. That it's collected, it's moved to the rear of the property, and we have that large stormwater infiltration field. And that field has been sized for the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year storm event. 100-year storm event's an 8.9-inch rain event, so it's a hefty rain event. And just for easy numbers, I'm reducing, when you do this type of project, you look at your design point, which is your lowest point on the project where it would go. We have a 40% reduction in the 100-year storm from peak rate of runoff and volume of runoff coming off site. So that should give abutters some certainty and a good feeling that there's going to be a large reduction in water that's moving their way. The other thing that was provided to the town, the fire department had asked for turning movements through this development, and we provided, we took the largest fire truck apparatus from the town and showed how it could move around. They require a minimum 40-foot paved radius, which we provide on this development, and I believe the fire department signed off on that. And then the stormwater application, that went to the town engineer. That was new to me. It was new to the town. It's the first one. It's new to this board. With that, basically I'd covered a lot of it. It's the stormwater controls that you see on the site plans that come to you. But also, they want to see soil stockpile areas, laydown areas. I had to provide calculations showing nitrogen and phosphorus removal, which I did. So those were the overall highlights. I submitted a report to the town, to the planning staff, and it got forwarded to the town engineer. I know he did review it and approve it. And I'll turn it back to the board for any questions you might have.
Super. On lot 1, I noticed that the driveway comes pretty close to the tip of that property that's the second lot over. Is that posing any kind of a problem? Because that's a playground area for
Yep.
children from that house?
That's actually Eric's property right there, and he's the one selling the property to Mark Hall. So did you have a problem with that?
I don't, our property too will be fully fenced in, so.
Excellent. That's what I needed to know. Any other questions from the board? Can we see the waivers listed?
And if and when we go through the decision, we also list it too.
Jack,
Yes.
I see on this plan, a proposed temporary soil stockpile in the back of lot 1. It's sort of like right up next to the property line there.
Yeah.
Can you explain, and I assume, right, is that something that was needed to be done for the stormwater?
Right, it's for the stormwater report, so they wanted to see, so when Mark comes in here and he takes his trees down and he pulls stumps and if they strip topsoil, which they probably will be, I have to show an area it would go. So that's the area picked. If you can see coming along the entranceway on the left and right where we're retraining so many trees, there's no ability to put it there. Towards the rear of the property is where our stormwater facility is, and you don't want to put any stockpiles there because it can compress the soil and it can affect that. So, and then lot 3 is pretty built out, so I just picked a spot behind lot 1, figuring even when they develop lot 1, it would still give them an area to work on.
So, just in terms of the development process, how long does that, I mean, is that a stockpile for just when they're clearing and doing the rough grading and then sort of after that, you'd start to grade it out to wherever?
I would think mostly if they strip and they have some good topsoil, it might stay there. And then as they start developing the lots, they can move the loam around as they do it. So I would think it would mostly be like a loam stockpile.
Okay. All right.
So, if need be, they can throw down seed on it to stabilize that area if there's a concern, or put a plastic tarp on it. But usually I see guys throw a quick germinating grass seed on it, so there's no erosion of that pile.
I'm sorry, you wanted to go back to the waivers?
I don't think we're quite ready for them unless there are other questions from the board. And we've gone through this a good deal.
Right.
I just have one question. What is an SOXX? No idea what that is. And it was used in what is staked mulch, SOXX.
Love and kisses. Everybody knows that.
It doesn't sound too good,
Don't
does it?
think so.
It's a mulch sock, but the way they spell sock is SOXX. That's how they spell it.
And what is that?
So it's round. It's a 12-inch diameter, and it's biodegradable. You can fill it with mulch. You can fill it with compost. You can fill it with materials. You lay it down at your limit of work, and then as water starts to move along, it can be captured. It's an erosion control barrier.
Okay.
That's the easiest
Got
way to
it.
say it. It serves for erosion control. It can break down, and if it's made of mulch or compost, then it can move out.
Excellent,
Yeah.
thank you, good
Okay.
explanation.
Sure.
Oh, there it is.
We were looking it up the other day.
Were you really? Okay.
Yeah, picture's better, Andrew.
Is this what it sounds like?
Heather, any questions?
No, I don't, thank you.
Any questions? Any questions from Nick?
Shaking his head no.
Okay. At this point, we can open up for questions from the public, if we have any online or in the audience. And this is specific to the Sanborn Lane project.
Mr. Bruce McKenzie on Zoom has his hand raised.
Mr. McKenzie?
Yes, thank you. So I live across the street from this at number 102 Sanborn Lane. And there were a lot of comments at an earlier hearing. I want to just reiterate one of them and try to clarify it.
Sure.
I feel that for lot number 1, you should reserve somewhere between 1,000 square feet and 3,000 square feet because that land was taken from the backyard of number 107, Sanborn Lane. And that leaves that house with only the minimum area required for zoning. If you are out on the street watching the traffic and watching children walk to school, it's very obvious that the roadway, the Sanborn roadway, should be widened. There are places where the paved area is only 10 or 12 feet wide, and it's really a safety issue, especially this close to Woodin School. So that Sanborn Lane should be widened to conform with the rest of the neighborhood. It might someday be a public way or widened to as if it was a public way with sidewalks on both sides. And I'd like to keep the square footage of number 107 at the required 27,000 square feet. Lot 1 does have some excess space. I think it's something like 25,000. So you could take some of that land from lot 1 and reserve it or add it back to number 107 to keep it within the zoning minimum. Thank you.
Any responses from the board? I think we went over the widening of Sanborn Lane and thought that was an issue that should be raised elsewhere. DPW perhaps? Because we don't have any jurisdiction over widening of roads. Mr. McKenzie, did you bring this up with DPW?
Not DPW's issue. It's either the select board or went the public way, this is a private way.
Yeah. The issue has come before this board before and not all, I don't remember when that was, but Nick might. All the owners, the interested parties at Sanborn Lane were not interested in widening it at the time. And so the town can't do anything with that. It's a purely private issue.
May I respond?
Sure.
May.
Okay, so there's been a fair bit of changeover of the neighbors. As the property values go up, a lot of the old timers have moved away for one reason or another. And there is more and more interest in it becoming a public way among the owners along the private way. And whether or not it actually becomes a public way, it is critical for safety to have the sidewalks there. So there's been some discussion of adding sidewalks but not becoming public way. In either case, we want to make sure that there's enough land for number 107 so that it could be widened in the future. And I don't want to have the situation where maybe there's some funding available to improve the road and the sidewalks, and someone's going to come back and say, oh, you can't do that because then it would be below the minimum zoning requirement. So let's plan ahead and take some of the land that would go to lot 1 and save it so that number 107 can remain the minimum square footage.
Mr. McKenzie,
Do you want us to take some private land? You're taking of private land?
I'm asking that lot 1 be smaller instead of being, say, 25,000 square feet, that it be a few thousand square feet lower, leaving more land for number 107.
I have to ask a question if I may. I'm kind of confused, and it may be because I don't remember the sequencing of this, but I'm confused by the statement that land was taken from 107. Is it being sold?
Lot 107 used to be an acre, more than 40,000 square feet. And now I don't know if it's already been transferred or if it's part of this agreement, the purchase and sale. But it would be going from 40,000 square feet to exactly 20,000 square feet.
So I could just explain really quick for the CPDC members that don't remember. So the plan on your screen, these two lots, so 107 is where Andrew's cursor is, and then 105 is right next to it.
Yeah.
Used to extend all the way back,
Right.
and then an A&R was brought in. So when
Right.
the A&R came in, I think it was maybe a year ago.
Yeah.
Is that right? I don't know time. What is time? Some land was taken from the backs of 105 and 107 to create this kind of hammerhead shaped parcel that's now being proposed for redevelopment and subdivision. So I think that might be what he's referring to when he says land was taken.
It was transferred.
Yeah, but it was the lot lines were reconfigured basically.
And just to help the board, number 107 has been transferred to a private party. It's not part of this development, so we don't have any control over 107.
So, yeah, 107 is entirely different.
It's been sold off. Mark doesn't have control over it. Eric doesn't have control of it, and those would be the two parties. It's a private party now.
I think it's, and I don't have the dimensions on here, but assuming this plan is correct, if you could move up a little bit or down so we can see Sanborn Lane.
Yep.
Right, there's a difference between the edge of pavement and the right-of-way there. And so if you were to actually rebuild or the owners of Sanborn Lane, if they were to rebuild Sanborn Lane wider, the right-of-way appears to be just as wide as the around the corner there where it is a more standard width.
Right.
So, let's not get confused between the width of the existing pavement and the width of the right-of-way.
And then back to the property question, if I may. It does make me notice something though about the plans, unless I'm reading something incorrectly, that on the first page where the outline of the subject property, the outline actually appears to be different from the shape of the property. So the leftmost elbow goes straight across, not as far down around that little play area. It's actually a different shape, and it seems like that
Which
should
page
be.
are you talking about?
The very first page, the locus map.
The locus map, you're correct, Heather. You're not seeing things. That should come down and not up
Yeah, it's
where
quite
you're
different.
talking about. I can make that correction.
That's
You're correct, though. That's right.
something we can add to the list of small changes that are made prior to endorsement.
Okay. And any more questions from the board? If not, we can open it up for the public hearing. Yes, please.
Thank you. Leah Barton, 23 Thomas Drive. First of all, I want to thank Mark and Jack for taking the time to meet with my husband and I and kind of cooperating with us. We really appreciate collaborating with us. We appreciate that. Just a quick point of clarification on who maintains the water, the stormwater system. Is it Mark, the development company, or is it the town of Reading?
I think we established that last time. I think done by the developer initially, with follow-up twice a year.
By the town or by the
Developer.
developer? Okay.
Jack?
So,
Is that correct?
I can answer it. Yeah, sure.
do you want me to step out of the way? Thank you.
So Mark's gonna be in charge of the drainage system until such time that this either becomes a public way and then the town would take over maintenance. If it's not gonna be a public way and it's gonna be private, then Mark's gonna have to create a homeowners association, and then it would be the homeowners association responsibility. So as part of the stormwater report that I provided the town engineer, I had to provide an operation and maintenance plan for the cleaning of catch basins, cleaning of storm scepters, when it should be done, street sweeping. So whoever takes over first, Mark, will have to adhere to that, then either the town or a home HOA.
And there isn't an HOA established right now?
No.
Okay.
No, we won't do that until all the pieces are in place.
We're
and
assuming that's the end result.
There will be a homeowners association created, and everyone, as soon as they take title, will receive a copy of the bylaws of that association with all the regulations and everything that the town puts forward.
Good. Did that answer the question for you?
So should we
Yes.
clarify really quick about the public versus private? So
Yes, please.
is it your intention to have the road remain private?
Well, you know, our initial intention was to convey the the road to the town, to make it public. Obviously, we have to complete this project and finish it up, and then present it to the town, so then it's gonna be up to the town to accept or not. If the town doesn't accept it as a public way, then it'll remain private.
Okay, because I have some initial feedback that we've gotten from other staff departments is that they would like the road to remain private.
Okay.
And I think that was noted in the decision. Okay. So if the road remains private, then there will be a homeowners association that will be established that will be responsible for maintaining the stormwater.
Yes.
Okay, yes, got it.
All right, if I could follow up on that. Once the homeowner association is established, who do they notify in town that they've been established and they are now responsible? So that if a neighbor should have a problem, we know how to get in touch with the homeowner, the person responsible with the homeowners association.
Well, I know with conservation issues, and I think we can kind of track that, there's an acknowledgement in the deed. So when people accept a deed for recording when they buy a property, it's in there that it is subject to homeowners, the terms and conditions and bylaws of a homeowners association. We have always provided Chuck Tyrone, Conservation Administrator, with a copy of the homeowners association. And Conservation reviews and approves the deed to make sure that the language is in there. We can do the same thing with town staff.
I think that's important to do.
But where this is not conservation, I will ask Julie, which staff then would they report to?
So
DPW?
the stormwater permit will be issued by the Cpdc in this case, and so all documentation related to the stormwater permit and the management and the ongoing maintenance will come to me and will be shared with conservation administrator and the town engineer.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
So this goes to the rules that we discussed in a very recent meeting.
Yes, a week ago.
Right, where, right, I think I remember, it was only a week ago. One of the things that they would be required to do is to submit a report annually, right, on their compliance and their certification and their compliance with the maintenance standard, maintenance regime of the stormwater permit, right? So to sort of tie in with that, at least annually, they'll be reporting to the town and certifying to the town that the maintenance of the roadway and the stormwater will have been done.
Okay, excellent.
So,
And we have a condition in your draft decision
Okay.
under the stormwater permit conditions related to that.
Any other questions? Yes, please. State your name, tell us where you live.
Claude Grosso, 15 Thomas Drive. My concern is the infiltration chamber. The thing is quite large, and I've lived at my house for 20 plus years and have had the fire department in my basement pumping it out twice. Not recently, but So I've done some work inside and I've done some landscape and some hardscape. So I went to the DPW just to try and find out some more information about these. Wasn't too successful. Went to the town engineer just to see how many of these were in town. And he said 40, 50, maybe 60. I said, well, who knows? Because eventually this, I assume, is going to have to be maintained. And he said that would be with the DPW. So I went back to the DPW. There was nobody around. The woman was very pleasant. But I left a message with Jane Consala. Have not heard back from her. I'm just trying to figure out, because this is right behind my property line, of who's responsible. Is it once a year? I know the letter that came out said that the builder does it twice annually and before and after a big storm. I'm reading that and it sounds like my New Year's resolutions of what's going to happen. But that's my main concern for this project, is just the size of that thing and the location to my property. And I just, I'm waiting to hear back from the DPW, but I don't, like I said, I just don't know. Everybody says everything flushes down to that thing, of any waste from the roadway. So I assume there's filters in it, but does anybody clean the filters? What happens if leaves get in there, or mulch, or sand? There's just no information about that. And I'd rather be proactive than reactive.
Sure.
Because it's my house that's going to be impacted. It's not going to be any of the other properties. And that was, when I spoke to Peter, the town engineer, he said that was his first reaction, is just they're dumping all this water at the back of their properties and the back of our properties, but it's flowing in that direction. So that's, again, everything else, nothing, they took care of the trees and all that. They made 1,000 more square feet of land that's permeable. So that's all great, but it's just looking at the size of that and then looking at the size of the foundation of the house, it's like another house it's 2/3 the size of the foundation of the houses that are being built. So I just wanted to express my concern on that. And I don't think there was anything else. Like I said, I wanted to be proactive versus reactive. And I think somebody asked the question, who do we notify if there is a problem? I haven't had one in years in my house, but I'm nervous that this is going to just change the flow or the drainage.
Jack, can you respond to any of those points?
Yep, I can quickly, actually. To help address the concerns, you have to look at the stormwater drainage system in total. So we have deep sump catch basins. So that means there's grates within the street, water can move through them, and there's a 4-foot sump. So any sediment, whatever, will sink down to the sump level, and then the water will continue out towards that infiltration field. On the way, it goes through manholes, and then before it gets out to the infiltration field, there's a storm scepter. A storm scepter removes grit, hydrocarbons, anything that might be collected on the road, antifreeze, it filters all that out. So with a development like this, you have to show that you remove 80% of total suspended solids prior to reaching the infiltration field. I showed that I removed 92%. Okay, so when you ask if sand's gonna get up, no, that's these steps along the way, the deep sump catch basins, the storm scepters, those are the stormwater products that remove the suspended solids. Then you get out to the infiltration field. They're just big arch systems that are open that allow water to go into them. We've done soil testing out there. We know where the water table is. We know the soil type. And like I said, this is designed for a 9-inch rainstorm. And 40% less water will move off this property as what moves off now. So you will get some relief. Your water's always flowing your way. It's still gonna continue to flow your way. But from this development, there'll be 40% less coming your way. And it would have to be quite a storm event. This is basically sized to handle a 9-inch storm. So most, like the heavy storm events we saw over the summer when we were getting big storms once a week, this will totally handle it. You'll have nothing will come out of this chamber. It all gets collected and then it moves into the ground. There's a 2-foot separation of the groundwater table, so water can purify as it moves through the soils as well. So I hope
That's a
that,
good-
I hope that helps.
Good description.
And I think also, the town engineer was correct, there's 50 or 60 of these systems throughout. I think some assurances, we did this stormwater application that is a first with this board, so there's some teeth behind who needs to maintain this. It's gonna be on record with Julie and Andrew, and if there is a concern, there's a document to go to see how this is supposed to be maintained. Where a lot of the other 50 or 60 projects in town, unless there were wetlands within 100 feet, they didn't have this mechanism in the past. So that should help. Thank you.
Good explanation, thank you.
I realize I have a question, if that's all right.
Yes, please.
And it's about the stormwater management plan. The first item, item A, on the stormwater maintenance plan makes reference to I'm just curious about snow being plowed into the snow stockpile area. Where is, and I'm just not seeing it, where is the snow stockpile area? And it's just on my mind because it's relative to the infiltration.
They placed it on the stormwater. There was a plan that I provided to the town engineer and showed where it was. It's not on the subdivision side.
Jack, did you send those same plans to us? We might have them.
Heather, did it say a snow stockpile area or a soil stockpile area?
No, this is on the maintenance, it's on my mind because we're responsible for the stormwater permit. It says that snow shall be, in the first item in the stormwater maintenance plan that we received, it says snow shall be plowed onto the snow stockpile area shown on the design plans to encourage infiltration during subsequent thawing periods. And while we were sitting there talking about all this, I was curious about where that was and I didn't see it.
I think I should have removed that from the narrative. Originally, we had shown a snow stockpile area when you come in the subdivision on the left-hand side. Now we're keeping all the trees in there, and we also have vertical granite curbing, so it would be very difficult to stockpile snow. So I think we removed the snow stockpile because we talked about the previous hearing where in all the subdivisions in town, they basically plow them. They don't really have designated spots to put it. It would move off. But where we're keeping, previously I had shown on my plans an area, but once it's treed, you can't use it as that type of area. So I think I removed it. So maybe I should have removed that from the narrative.
In another place, it does say, snow shall be plowed onto grassed areas to encourage infiltration during subsequent thawing periods.
That's correct.
Alright.
Which I think is
That-
probably,
that
right,
makes
that's the
sense.
edit from,
That
that
could
didn't
be,
make
so,
it everywhere.
like, we do have a sidewalk on one side, so if for some reason a sidewalk plow went by, they could move it and it would go in a grass area. The grass area encourages infiltration. You don't want to do it over a paved surface.
Makes sense.
Okay. Any other questions from public? Anybody raising their hands?
I feel like the question that came up didn't entirely get answered. About who to go to. I just want to make sure that that was answered, and part of that was that the answer to that sort of depends on, right, who owns the road, which then who owns the stormwater system, because right, the two go hand in hand. So what I think I heard just before you spoke was that the town, DPW and engineering really would prefer that this remain a a privately owned road. And if that's the case, the homeowners association would need to maintain the road and the big massive storm scepter system, and file a report every year with Cpdc certifying that they have maintained all the steps. So if there's something that, if it's not working, right, Julie, my presumption is they would come to you, they probably come to engineering,
Yeah.
but come to you,
Right.
and then you would be able to work with engineering
Yes.
to sort of dispatch someone to see, well,
Figure out the problem.
they certified that they were maintaining it, why is it not working? And the town would then sort of get involved and direct the homeowners association of what's wrong, and they need to fix it.
Excuse my, I'm very unfamiliar
Sure.
with these, but is there anything around this infiltration chamber for safety? I mean, I know there's a lot of kids in the neighborhood, but is there something?
It's all underground.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I don't know, how much cover is there?
There's at least a foot or two of cover over the system.
Okay.
So it's not an open, no one's gonna fall in.
It's not a pit.
It's all covered over, it looks like a lawn, it's just a grassed area.
Okay.
What we do have though is inspection ports. They're like 4-inch diameter pipes that will come up, they're flush with the grass. You can open them up and look down, and you wanna have those ports so you can, after a heavy rain event, you wanna make sure water dissipates from the infiltration chambers. So you can open those ports, and that's part of the operation maintenance. Someone can look in and say, oh, good, the water's gone, oh, the water's not draining, we got a problem. And that's something that would be reported in the operation and maintenance report.
And access to this infiltration chamber is eventually whoever ends up owning it, whether it's the town or the homeowners association, the access is gonna be through, I assume, loss number 2.
That's right.
Oh,
We-
yes.
We actually created an easement, so that they'll be given rights for access to get out to that drain area. Through lot 2, you're correct, through lot 2.
Thank you.
I have a similar question on this, Josh, just I'm curious. How does the homeowner know this exact area to not build, say, a playground over, or make sure their pool isn't extending over this infiltration gallery? Are there markers on site, or?
I think what will happen is when Bill puts together the homeowners association, he'll call out that no permanent or play structure should be placed in that area. No trees should be planted. You don't want a root system going down, can clog, so that'll be in Bill's court. He'll have to make up some good language so that it's protected.
Okay.
Let's close the public hearing if there are no more questions. And address the waivers.
You might wanna keep it open until
Keep it
you're
open.
all done discussing,
Okay.
just in case some of the waiver discussion prompts additional
Right,
questions.
well,
from
that's the
public.
next thing we're gonna go to is the waivers, and those are on page 1. And I can't read them, they're too small. So we need to blow that up, Julie.
Andrew's working on it.
Okay. A little bit bigger.
Do you mind reviewing the waivers summary?
Yeah.
Do we want to go through each one? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, so the first one, the first way, requiring delineating bounds of any wetland resource area of the property or within 200 feet of any portion of the property. There are no wetlands within the property or within 200 feet, so we were requesting a waiver from that. Just go through them all?
Yes. please.
Okay, and then waiver number 2, requiring a full traffic report study is as Bill stated, it's a small subdivision, be limited vehicle trips for this development, so it doesn't seem to warrant a traffic study. In the past, the board hasn't looked for traffic studies for projects this size. Number 3, requiring an environmental impact report. Again, small subdivision. No wetlands, no critical areas on site, so just your typical residential development. Number 4, requiring electrical service and street lighting. I left that's how it's written in your subdivision rules and regulations. We do show street lighting. We haven't shown the electrical services because we need, Mark will have to coordinate that with RMLD. I didn't show how electrical runs will run through the subdivision, so that's why we have a waiver on that until such time we can meet with RMLD to show the electrical services.
Is the intention to go underground?
Yes, that should be in a condition as well, but it'll all be underground. Requiring the width of the street waterways to be 60 feet in a cul-de-sac, termination of streets right away with a radius of 60 feet. So we're requesting the right-of-way to be reduced to 40 feet, which is fitting for a 3-lot subdivision, and this board has granted that waiver for some of these smaller developments we see coming in. Requiring a 30-foot minimum paved way, we're proposing 24-foot paved, and to support that is we're in the Aquifer Protection District. You want to try to limit impervious surfaces, so that's one reason to support it. It reduces the amount of drainage needed on the project, and it's more fitting for a 3-lot subdivision anyways, and it's typical of what the board's been looking for. Requiring that an island be constructed with a maximum outside radius of 20 feet when a cul-de-sac is built. DPW hates islands, so that's why we'd like to get rid of that. They look nice, but when they go to plow, then I get yelled at.
Somebody has to mow.
The highway superintendent plows me into my Reading house, he gets mad. And then the last one, requiring sidewalks along both sides of the roadway. We're proposing one sidewalk and it'll service the 3 homes. And there's no sidewalks on Sanborn Lane now, but Mark's gonna look to build one. So that's the full list of waivers to consider.
So should we vote on these one by one?
I would suggest, if there's no extensive discussion on them, I think that perhaps, we could vote on if no one has any objections. Okay.
Do you want to
does anyone have any
I do not.
discussion? Discussion, Nick? No?
No.
Okay. Make a motion. Well, we should close the public hearing before we start votes, or no? Does it matter?
I guess it just depends on how many other open items there still are in the decision.
Do we need to go through the decision?
You want to run through it?
Yeah, we should probably go through
Yeah.
the decision and then,
And do we vote on the waivers as part of the decision or separately now? Yeah.
well, sometimes we
Sometimes we do,
will vote
sometimes
on
we
the
don't.
waivers specifically
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
as an independent vote, just.
So just starting at the top for the definitive subdivision plan and stormwater permit decision of approval. All the materials that have been submitted have been listed. We did confirm with the town engineer today that he does find that the erosion and sediment control measures within sheet 4 of the plans are appropriate. So that was okay. Through, so as we mentioned in the early part of the hearing, an A&R was issued on August 10th, 2020 that the Cpdc endorsed on these lots. The stormwater permit was applicable because there was a disturbance of more than 1 acre on the property. General proposal of the 3-lot subdivision, private way. So this was just a note to the applicant, and perhaps in your HOA docs if you go that route. The bylaw requires that if you do future increases to impervious area, there may be a requirement for additional recharge on the sites, so your buyers may want to be aware of that.
That's related to the aquifer.
Yes, yeah. The truth plan was submitted and found to conform to the subdivision rules and regulations and the zoning requirements. We had some back and forth on that early on. So again, a few staff departments feel that the way should remain private, and typically on plan sets that are to remain private, a note is provided indicating such. So we've asked to condition that on one of your plan sheets. We did discuss the sidewalk today. As staff, we felt that this was a potential sidewalk connection between 147 Sanborn Lane and the development tract. But we do understand that there's some private land and it can be tough to happen. Do you have any updates on that you wish to share?
The only update that Jack and Mark met with the owners up there and going through the issues, problems, concerns, and potential locations, it was determined that this was just not viable at this time. I don't want to say never say never, but not at this time. The owners of the properties preferred not to have a sidewalk located on the likely place that it would be located.
As Jack had mentioned, there is no bordering vegetated wetlands located on the site. There was some concerns by residents on species displacement due to the loss of the number of trees. I had spoken with conservation on what they might require, and they didn't seem to find that without any endangered species that there was much concern. As Jack had also mentioned, a traffic study was a waiver request as there was a net of 2 single-family dwellings on the way. Summarize the trees that have been saved as well as all proposed, including street trees and the trees along the border to the north that Jack had mentioned. Here we had the same question Heather had on the snow plowing and if it was possible to get it into the grassed areas despite the vertical granite curbing. It sounded like we should change this language.
No, I think this was what they ended up with.
It sounded
Okay.
like what we were discussing before, was that you found an intention to plow it onto grassed areas. But there is curving. I mean, your question is a good one there.
Like a sidewalk though,
Yeah.
like in a sidewalk plow could,
Yeah.
right, I think
Yeah, that's a
that's where
good
we
point.
landed.
Andrew, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yep.
What you sent us the other day, the numbered paragraphs are not lining up. I have, my number 12 is trees and landscaping, and 13 is snow management, so I'm not sure how this, which was sent to us,
Your draft
Paragraph.
dated 12/13.
it's what you sent us the other day. So let's, if we can just jump back to the findings and we'll go to paragraph 1 right through. I'll give you what I have for the headers. Approval not required plan, stormwater permit applicability, general proposal, number 4 is zoning. Number 5 on the next page is existing conditions. 6 is the proof plan, 7 is the proposed right of way, 8 sidewalk, 9 wetlands. 10, I have low impact development features. That's the difference. I don't know.
I
How's
thought
that?
that was moved below. Yeah.
Did you send this to him before
Underneath grading.
Yeah, it might have been some track changes.
Okay.
Difficulty, apologies on that, but we
No,
did move
that's no
that
problem. I
to.
just, when I got to those numbered paragraphs and I realized my numbers are not lining up. I wasn't sure what I was missing. So on what we received for our review, number 10, low impact development features, is that not going to be in the final draft?
It's under 15.
We moved it down under grading and.
Oh,
drainage.
okay. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
So it sounded like we were okay with snow management.
Interpreted that, I think.
As Jack had also mentioned, a street pole is to be installed at the end of the cul-de-sac along with the granite posts at the driveway for ornamental lighting. Utility connections will be underground. Grading and drainage, Jack had summarized nicely. We did note that there weren't any low impact development features such as rain gardens or bioswales, and all the pavement is impervious. Just a note. So the sediment control Jack had outlined. Jack just will need a cut and fill table that's conditioned below for one of the sheets. Parking, each lot will have a driveway as well as garages from 2-car garages and 3-car garages on lots 1 and 2. And what we didn't touch on tonight is that on that fire truck turning plan, which I can bring back up, the turning movements around the cul-de-sac are tight, so the fire department had requested no parking signage within the cul-de-sac. It's tough when it's a private way and how to enforce that on a private way, but the hope is maybe it will manage itself with the signage and just to keep that access as clear as possible so they can make those turning movements. As always, we try to encourage solar, and the Board of Health did, the agent looked at this in August and signed off. So, then we move down to waivers, where again, Jack had summarized them nicely. I will note we did condition that number 7 here be added to his cover sheet, which was a weird clause in, not weird clause in the regulations, but there's a figure in the regulations that is the 60-foot right-of-way and everything that we require, and because they are asking for waivers from that, they in turn need a waiver from meeting that exact diagram. And
Figure 1.
yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
So as we move down to conditions, we have some general conditions throughout the project, property maintenance, working with the engineering concerns on their memos and the permits that they require. Sorry, as I speed run through these. We will still encourage the applicants to work on a potential sidewalk connection if it's found throughout construction that something changes and maybe it becomes open. We'd love to see that connection if it's possible. I did connect with the town engineer on the stormwater permit conditions. He agreed that they were helpful to have in there, especially as it's our first time through the process. So those were okay by him. Prior to plan endorsement, here you'll see some of the plan revisions that we have conditioned prior to endorsement. I added just tonight, the locus map on sheet 1 shall be corrected to reflect the approved design. Good catch, Heather. In one of the memos, Ryan had asked how roof leaders are draining onto the property shall be added to the plans, so we conditioned that just to make sure it's met. The cut and fill table, as mentioned previously. A note on sheet 2 that the proposed right-of-way is to remain private. And then we asked on sheet 4 that the no parking signs also be shown on the plans. And then again, that waiver request number 7 be added to the cover sheet. which is listed above. The electric utility plan will need to be approved by RMLD, transformer location, and so we'll look for an update on that. And the light pole location, Mylars for the CPDC to actually sign if and when endorsed, and then the owner of record that we talked about previously, proof for such will need to be submitted. Prior to site work, we will look for a covenant and surety on this subdivision project. Stormwater O&M plan is conditioned again there for review, and we'll hold a pre-construction meeting with the applicants prior to any site work. The erosion controls shall need to be installed as well prior to such, and the town engineer will look to review and approve. I don't believe there's any town-owned trees requiring removal or replacement, but we did condition it just in case. Prior to building permits, we'll look for the engineering department to meet all their needs as well as the building department, and then the applicant will need to request lot release forms from the CPDC and staff. During construction, we have our standard conditions. The time limit for completion is pulled out of the subdivision regulations. And then trees and landscape, we've worked with the tree warden and engineer to ensure that when they're installed, they're being properly maintained with gator bags and stakes, which require a length of time to make sure the tree grows healthily. Prior to occupancy, we'll look for conveyance of easements and utilities. We may not need that easement to the infiltration gallery if the way is to remain private and managed, but just in case, we'll leave this in there and discuss when appropriate. Roadwork and drainage shall be inspected by the engineering department, and again, an O&M plan shall be prepared, which Jack had run through as well. If the way is to remain private, I've just added tonight the homeowners association documentation, which shall have the following conditions on right-of-way layout remaining clear, reference to the O&M plan, and trash and recycling management. And then as we look to wrap the project up, if and when it gets there, as-built plans. The applicant had indicated in previous hearings that they would look to repair portions of Sanborn Lane that may be damaged by construction vehicles. So we had conditioned that. Again, just an update on the sidewalk and the potential for such to see if anything happens there. And then they'll need a release from their covenant and surety in order to receive the final completion. So I think that about does it.
Yes.
One comment for clarification on several of the other plans, especially those which are, the road is to remain private. The town has always said, we'll plow, we'll pick up your trash. In some, the commission has incorporated that language into the proposed order. So, not that, just for clarity, I would ask that that be included somewhere in there, that the town shall plow. Obviously, the owners are gonna be maintaining the roadway, but for example, Andrew talked about easements. There should be an easement which will grant to the town to maintain the sewer lines, et cetera, the water lines. So that will be in there. So the town will have, the ability and the availability to go in and maintain the infrastructure, if you will. But in terms of, patching the potholes, that's gonna be up to the individual property owners. But I just wanna clarify, to make sure that we're all on the same page, so that we don't have to worry about people thinking they have to, get dumpsters or have private trash pickup and private plowing.
Well, first, I don't know if this board has the authority to guarantee the town will plow or pick up trash from a private way. Second, my understanding of a private way is that the owner of the private way is responsible for the sewer lines underneath, and that the town may patch a pothole to maintain access for emergency vehicles, but that it could not rebuild a private way.
Not rebuild, well, no,
So the town could do patchwork, but they can't maintain the sewer lines. That's my understanding.
that's not the way we worked it out, for example, on Coakley Way off of Lowell Street.
Mhm.
It was incorporated right into the documents that the town would continue to plow, maintain the sewer lines, et cetera, water lines under the roadway, not into the individual houses, but is that your
Yeah, I think the town
understanding too?
usually likes, they want control over the water system.
Yeah.
So, the water main, hydrant, I know the water department is, you know, they're good in town, they wanna control that. I would think they'd wanna control the sewer mains, I think services onto the private property of the homeowner's responsibility, from the main to the house.
My understanding was that on a private way, the sewer line, virtually everything underneath the private way is the responsibility of the owners of the private way. The town may maintain them, but they would bill back the owners. That's the way it was described to me when the town was explaining the advantages of having a private way become public.
I do know it gets tricky. I'm a former town engineer in North Andover, and on private ways, when we get calls to do any sort of repair, it's tough to spend public monies on private properties. Had to go to the Board of Selectmen to discuss it. And so like patching of potholes, even you're spending funds, but they're taxpayers. So there might be more discussion outside of this meeting on that.
I do have an email about this, clarifying this somewhere, and I'm trying to find it.
Yes, yeah, I'll say, I wouldn't be comfortable adding that either way into this document and approving that right now. I would be comfortable if we added something to the fact that agreements need to be developed for, you know, maintenance of sewer, water, snow plowing and trash, so that when you come back for the final, those things will have been worked out. But I'm not comfortable with this board.
Yeah, I don't think we can
can't
speak
commit
for
those
for
resources.
that part of the town.
There's actually some language in MGL that talks about that the board or officers of a town can vote to have sewers under a private way repaired at the cost of the owner of that roadway. So it sounds to me like they have to pay for it. And I think, didn't we do this recently when they were repaving a private way where it was apportioned as how much each property owner owned or something? Yeah, fairly recent, last 2 years.
Yes, the homeowners can petition the town to pave a private way, in which case they would be assessed the betterment for each homeowner based on the amount of frontage on the private way.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm seeing in MGL chapter 83, section 3. Sounds like the roadway owners pay for the repairs of the sewer underneath them. So let's do what John and Heather were saying. I don't think we should write that language in here, because we don't really know.
Right, it seems like that would be an agreement that's made outside this board.
And is Sanborn Lane currently plowed by the town? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
You would know.
The town tends to plow so they can maintain emergency access.
Good, okay, thank you.
And the same for trash pickup, because you are allowed to travel over a private way to get to the properties on the private way. So the town is allowed to go pick up the trash on it.
Okay,
And I would think there's also a public interest in making sure the trash is picked up.
Yes.
Could I just ask, on the stormwater permit condition number 3, the applicant shall post prior to this, before the start of land disturbance, a cash bond or other security. That might overlap with the general bond that's gonna be provided prior to the commencement of site work, road work, or utility work. I'm not, or we may wanna spell out, who's gonna establish that bond amount. Usually it's the town engineer.
Right. I envision it would be a similar process
Okay,
that you are used to, but you would break out specific things related to the stormwater permit.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
we have a motion relative to the waivers.
You think the public hearing comes first? If you think the close of the public hearing comes first.
Okay, I move to close the public hearing on the definitive subdivision plan and stormwater permit for 103 Sanborn Lane.
Second?
Vote? Yes,
John, yes.
and Nick?
Yes.
Might need Tony to
I think we might need to,
vote.
because Katrina
Yeah,
might not
vote
be
on that.
eligible to vote on this because there's been more than 2 hearings, so the Mullen rule doesn't.
That's what. You vote?
Yes.
I get to vote, yay. Yes.
All right. So,
So before we go on the draft decision or the waivers, do we want to add something in here about sort of a recognition that there are these open items on maintenance and trash pickup? Or is that I'm not comfortable with deciding what those are, but just recognition that those still need to be worked out between with the town.
I don't know what's normally said, I'm looking for that section right now in the decision, but I was thinking about language along the lines of unless other arrangements are made, which is also very broad, the homeowner is responsible for these things. So that kind of implies, right, that we understand that other arrangements might be made with the town, but we're not going to be making that commitment. But I can't find that section right now to, not finding it right now.
Just gives me a can't wait to see.
Sound like we've never gotten those. To flat with private ways.
can we add that as a condition?
I'm just looking for the
Condition or
area.
I
finding?
think like it's probably safe to say that if this remains a private road, it'll be treated like all the other private roads in town. Where the DPW and engineering and their outside contractors provide certain level of services, and then there are certain things that the homeowners are responsible for. And that the road doesn't end up being on the like road paving capital plan because it's a private road. I'm really trying to find this email I have that like outlines it all, but I'm not having any luck.
I'm fine
Which-
either way. I'm fine either being silent on it and having it be treated like all other private ways, or if I can, I don't know why I can't find that section right now.
Which sort of makes the, I'm sorry, I'm just scrolling through here, which makes the snow management section, sort of, right, the moot, right? Cause the town's gonna do what they're gonna do. They're gonna plow it where they're gonna plow it. They're not gonna say, oh, but in the decision on this road, it says you gotta plow it into the grass. They're gonna plow it into the end of the cul-de-sac if that's what they feel like doing.
And to be fair, usually on site plans, I show snow, like commercial developments
Yeah.
along Main Street, I show snow storage, never on subdivisions.
Yeah,
Because you're right, John, they're gonna plow, they don't,
they're gonna plow.
in order to store it, they'd have to come out with pieces of equipment to like bobcats, front loaders to move snow. They're not gonna do that on a 3-lot subdivision.
Well, one way to, and I'm fine with just staying silent on it too, but since we had the discussion, I thought I'd bring it up, and I guess the one place it would go is that under 7, under findings where it says proposed right of way, if we just add that, ongoing maintenance of the private way will be consistent with town of Reading policies for private ways, or something like that.
We can work on that.
Yeah, that makes
Go
sense.
through that if you-
Makes sense to me, yeah, thanks.
I don't know that it's referred to as a private way anywhere else in that section. Just maybe want to refer to it as the roadway.
Yes. Didn't mention it, so we have that I would approve.
Okay, on to waivers.
I move that we approve the waivers as requested by the applicant for the definitive subdivision plan at 103 Sanborn Lane.
Friendly amendment as amended,
Yes,
that we
thank you.
did add an additional waiver.
Right.
I'll second that with the friendly amendment.
Vote?
Yes.
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 Yes,
Approved.
Now you need
Now
one
we-
for the final
The actual
change.
Yes.
Whole enchilada.
Is the decision of approval?
I'm drawing a blank on the verb. I move that we approve the decision of approval. for the definitive subdivision plan and stormwater permit at 103 Sanborn Lane.
Temporary discussion, Andrew, you're gonna work on that phrasing for the treatment of the private way?
Bill was okay with this language here, but we can work on it as well tomorrow.
I just don't know who's making the determination of the plowing and so forth. And I would hate to have this board overstep its authority, per se. I was just thinking about some of the two house subdivisions or two lot subdivisions where they basically, the private way is technically two driveways. And the town's not gonna plow those. So, okay.
Clarify too with the
Yeah.
engineering and DPW tomorrow,
Yeah.
make sure the language is copacetic.
Okay, that's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Ready to vote.
Ready to vote. All right,
I think Heather
we got the
made a
motion?
Yeah, we have the motion.
We have the
And seconded, yep,
It's been seconded.
yep,
Hand vote? Yes?
Yes,
yes.
and Nick.
Nick,
Still with us?
Yeah, just couldn't get that button together. Yeah.
just quick point, I do see Serna on the Zoom has his hand raised.
Yeah, sorry. Just a quick question about the snow plowing thing. I raised this last time, but it just got re-upped again tonight. Where if the plows were to force all that snow out towards the end of the of the new farmhouse lane, that would ultimately be right at the sort of corner of our property, where at 104, where it sort of slopes down from there and right into our property, and we get a lot of flooding right in the front of our yard. So this would possibly be exacerbating that. And I remember last time I brought this up, I believe it was Jack, suggested that the plows wouldn't do that, but to the point of, tonight's discussion, it somewhat implies that they might. And I know that Farmhouse Lane needs to only tend to Farmhouse Lane's drainage, but that would become a drainage, possibly, I don't know, that's my question. Would that possibly become a drainage issue sort of across the way that's created by the development of Farmhouse Lane?
I don't see that being an issue. I mean, when they plow, it's winter event, everything's frozen. And then when it starts to thaw out, if it's plowed up beyond the sidewalk, it's in a grassed area and it's everything will be stable at that point and we have the drainage system in place. I can't see it being a problem.
But the drainage system would be across over in Farmhouse, not on the side, not on Sanborn is what I'm suggesting.
You're on 104 Sanborn?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, everything will be plowed to the backside of Farmhouse. And as I stated in my introduction, no drainage will go across Sanborn Lane. There's a crown in Sanborn Lane. We have catch basins at the entrance. You're not going to take anything from this development.
Sorry, maybe I'm just confused then. I thought that when you were discussing the plows going into the cul-de-sac and trying to find a place to put the snow, it would end up coming back up to the top. Is that not?
Farmhouse Lane's going to slope down from Sanborn Lane. So when the plows come in, they're going to turn in and most likely push it right down into the cul-de-sac area. I mean, I don't do the snow plowing for the highway department, so I can't guarantee that. But usually they go with gravity and they're gonna push in as they come in. They're not gonna then move snow out of the development up towards Sanborn Lane. But if you want clarity on that, you'd have to call down to the highway superintendent to see how he intends to plow this. That's how I would think he would do it, but I can't speak for him.
Okay. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I sorry, it just feels like I'm going around in circles because I thought one of the board members momentarily like just a moment ago said something about that would be you can't control the plow guy, you would probably push it towards the end, so that's why I was like confused.
I was thinking the other end, the cul-de-sac end, not out
Oh,
the
okay.
end
Got
to
it.
Sanborn Lane. I think that, right, plow drivers typically avoid plowing across the street, across, in this case, which would be a main road, not, right? They can do whatever they want, but I don't think that's the norm. So, I do think that they would plow, like Jack was saying, down Farmhouse Lane and probably end up leaving the pile somewhere in the cul-de-sac. Not that that's what the fire department's gonna like, but that's right. That's what they're gonna do. Is they're gonna push it somewhere away from the driveways.
Got it. And that makes sense then that the drainage would then kick in because it would be down at that end.
Correct.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Got it. Hold on.
Super. So we can
Right.
close this discussion?
Yeah.
Yep.
We've got to vote on the entirety of the waivers.
Yep. We're all good.
You did it
All
all.
good?
Yep.
We'll close out. Thank you.
Sweet.
All right, and we're a lot behind schedule. The next item on the agenda is the continued public hearing, 40R plan review for 18 to 80 Woburn Street.
You need to mention the master signage plan.
Say
The
again?
master signage plan.
Yes, the master signage plan has been deferred to another time, so that gives them a chance to check with the Historical Society, is that?
Yeah, so
This is
for everybody who's interested in the master signage plan for Postmark, because some of the signage is going in a historic stone wall and also on a historic facade, we've deferred them to the historical commission. So they will be reapplying at some point soon and they'll show up on an agenda in the future, but you don't have to take any action tonight since it's not a public hearing.
Okay.
Excellent.
I don't know if
Is that-
Virginia wants to say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Virginia, did you hear what we were saying? The master signage plan for Postmark has been postponed, so that they can go to Historical Commission on Wednesday, before it comes to here.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I enjoy sitting.
But it's winter, it's warm in here.
It is.
And we have representation from Fedora Contracting Inc.
Good evening. Attorney Josh Latham here tonight on behalf of GC Federa Contracting. The continued hearing relative to an application for an approval for a mixed-use project at 18 Woburn Street under section 10.5 of the Reading zoning bylaws, the Downtown Smart Growth District, and which is also under Chapter 40R of Mass General Laws. We last appeared before you on October 4th. This is the 6th hearing in the project. With me this evening is Giovanni Federa, he's our project engineer. Sam Gregorio is our traffic engineer. And then virtually we have Giuseppe Federa, who's the applicant, and John Seeger, who's the architect. So continued from last time, we did have some comments from the town engineer through a memo. We had requested that continuance so that we could address those comments. I believe we have addressed those comments, and with that, I'll turn over to Giovanni to hit those points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Giovanni Federa with Federa Engineering, project engineer. So some of the changes that were done, just to address some of the engineering comments that Ryan and the engineering division had, they wanted to see soil tests done on site to see if the stormwater system was sized properly. That was completed, it was approved, and the engineering division did approve the soil tests. But most importantly was really just the entrance into the driveway and grading within that driveway and the garage, just to see if the driveway would not have any bottoming out issues. And so we really spent a lot more time just to kind of fine tune that grading. And we created an additional sheet, sheet C3, that really kind of shows a well-defined plan on how this is gonna be graded. And so at the driveway entrance, it's 22 feet wide. The northern section has the most severe grading, and that's at about 12% going right into the garage. And then as you start to go down the driveway entrance, it really starts to level off, and the severity of the grade really gets to a very practical grading of driving into the garage. And it eventually comes down to all the way at the southern portion of the entrance, which is somewhat flat, but it has a slight pitch towards the sidewalk and towards the right of way. There were profile views that were done on this same sheet that shows the grading. These profiles were done with standard engineering and traffic practices of showing grades and how to really well define this area. There is that area that's shaded within that. It's kind of like the point of curvature, the interior point of curvature section that shows the area of 10% grade or more. So a lot of the cars will, that's going to be the least traveled section of the garage. But we did have Sam Gregorio of TEC run an analysis on which vehicles would be, to see if bottoming out was an issue. And so Sam did do that analysis. He did write a report. But I feel like those were the major changes, and I'd like to just try, get Sam Gregorio up here if you'd like to speak this part.
Sure. Good evening. My name's Sam Gregorio. I'm the senior traffic engineer at TEC. So, like Giovanni had said, we had run an analysis on vehicles as they enter the garage at 2 different locations. But what was shown in the report is basically the worst case scenario, which is kind of the upper part of that opening where the 12% is. And then we looked at it for both vehicles entering, because with the one-way right away, you're coming down that 10% slope going into a 12% going into the garage, then leaving, and that right away starts to level out and hits the parking lot. That's about 8%. So it's two different conditions. What we did for that is looked at 5 generic compact cars, the top 5 models from Forbes magazine. Is that every car? No, there's hundreds of cars. It's hard to look. You can't look at every one. So we looked at the general top 5 models. Most cars have the general same kind of body length, width, ground clearance in this category. So what we wanted to do is look at those 5 cars and what they are comparative to ground clearance. That's basically the bottom of your chassis to the ground. And then obviously the wheelbase, because depending on the wheelbase, it doesn't really matter what your ground clearance is at that point if you have a very long one, a limo, for instance. There's no limos entering here. So, but with those analysis, for those particular 5 cars, the enter threshold clearance, basically what's left over after that car is kind of going over that point, that what's the word, apex point, I guess, in the middle, and how close would that be to the bottom of the car at that point. For entering vehicles, for those 5 cars that were analyzed, the least amount there is 3.3 inches left from a car, basically a car that originally only had 5.1 inches to go from his actual ground clearance to start with. And then exiting is actually the worst condition, because actually you're going uphill out of the driveway and then you're going back down as you enter the parking lot. So the worst case for that, you still have 1.6 inches left. So basically, the general 5 compact cars that we're looking at here, there's still enough ground clearance entering and exiting the driveway. Most other cars in the fleet, your SUVs, your trucks, not going to have any issue whatsoever. Most sedans, not going to have an issue whatsoever. We want to look at the compact cars because those are the ones that have the least amount of ground clearance to start. So with that, we want to say that pretty much every car that you see out there in the vehicle fleet is going to be able to get in and out of the driveway. There are going to be some occasions where that's not the case, but you can already picture the car that's not going to be able to do that. It's the sports car that's racing down the road at 2 in the morning. That only has 1 inch to begin with. That's the car that doesn't make it. But in that sense, getting into the right-of-way itself already, that car was not even going to be able to get into the right-of-way to begin with, whereas the right-of-way is already that 10% decline. So picture this almost like the driveway entrance as it is now shown on here, with that 10% coming over a sidewalk that's pitched back towards the roadway at about 2%. If you can't make it into the garage, you probably weren't even gonna make it on the right of way to begin with. So we would feel that pretty much every car in the vehicle fleet out there is gonna make it make it out. And in that worst case scenario where it's not gonna be, that's a decision that can be made as the particular resident would be entering to rent out a unit or something like that. Or it could be discussed with them on site with the vehicle that they have, obviously probably driven there. So if there's any other questions, I'll obviously be here to answer other questions, but generally that's what we have in this particular situation.
Did your study include Fiats and Mini Coopers?
The 5 cars that were directly looked at, again, these are the top 5 cars from 5 compact cars from Empire Magazine. Hyundai Elantra, Hyundai Civic, the Mazda 3, the Volkswagen Golf, Toyota Corolla. So again, with hundreds of cars in the fleet, you can't look at all of them. This is the general good ratio of what could actually be there for compact cars. Of those particular vehicles, ground clearance 5.1 to 5.3 inches to start, so we're already very low to begin with. And it's basically showing that in a comparison analysis for what's got that threshold. You're gonna lose some inches, obviously, when you go over, but you're still not always gonna get to 0. So yeah, there's gonna be that one car that doesn't, but out of all the entire fleet out there, it's a very, 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 very low percentage of cars that could actually probably not make it.
Your letter from November 16 says, any risk of these types of low clearance vehicles can be mitigated by appropriate ownership management of tenant vehicle types.
So there's a revised letter, but I will address that because it was part of the public record. So what's meant by that is the person comes in, they're looking to rent a unit, they're gonna know right away before they even rent the unit.
You assume they're parking underneath and not in the...
Well, it would be a discussion with that tenant as they, obviously, when they come in, it could be a discussion item with the tenant if we feel it becomes a potential issue, which I don't think it will. As, again, once this thing gets built, we'll know pretty fast if...
So it's a discussion item at the time, and you have to tell them, by the way, you can't buy a car that may be bottoming out.
Well, I think what we meant was, it can be a discussion item with them. And that was what was meant by that particular item. So it doesn't preclude anybody from necessarily becoming a tenant. It's just something that we would discuss with them at that time.
And you say you may, so will you, won't you, or
well, I mean,
is there...
Property management.
Yeah, if I could, just, really, it's almost a natural selection. So there are 2 elements. Number one, that kind of car couldn't get into the right of way anyways, because really, the simple way I take away, I'm no expert on this at all. As I've read this and talked through it with Sam over many Zoom calls trying to figure this out, if it can get into the right of way, it can get into the garage. If it can't get into the right of way, it wouldn't be able to get into the garage either. So if it's a Mini Cooper or something like that, and it's able to get into the right of way, it would also likewise have that same ability of clearance to get into our garage.
If I get into the right of way, that's the existing
From
town.
Woburn Street into the right of way, correct. Yep, it's really that exact same grade that is at that entry is the same entry that's then going into our access way. And the second piece is with regards to a property management aspect. Really, as you deal with tenants, because this is a rental project, and there's a benefit to that because we have one property owner, one property manager. So first off, the car couldn't get down there into the right of way anyways because it's coming from Woburn Street. But even if they did, and there was any kind of question, property management would simply have to advertise, look, if you're coming to live at this property and you have a car that has a 1.5-inch clearance, which is essentially a drag racer, you're not gonna be able to really fit into our parking lot. It's a very simple kind of question of really disclosing up front and then proper signage. You know, I think we all see when you go into a parking garage, hey, this only has a whatever foot clearance. It's the same idea. We can have that type of a signage to make sure that there's really not going to be any hazards or safety issues. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Not for me.
Yes. So
That's their property.
my concern, I guess I'm still concerned somewhat on, and we've talked about this before, the standard that you're using for vehicle turning movements. To some degree, right, there is some self-selection that's gonna happen, right? You've used a car that's 17 feet long, that is, longer than most these days, but not longer than all, right? And so there's two things that I'm still concerned about. One is, and I didn't see it on these plans, and I tried to go back and look at it in past plans, but the height clearance at the location, right? So you change the vertical curve of the road, right, of the entrance. And so what is that height clearance between at that sort of that northerly end of the entrance? That's one issue, one concern that I have. To some degree, I know the answer is, that's another site selection issue, like people that drive Ford F-150s are not gonna fit in this, right? And I can tell you that right now, there's no way it's too long, right? An F-150 is not gonna fit in there. And so, right, they're just not gonna be able to live there. What we have heard is that people are not always that smart, right? We have other places in town where, people may buy vehicles that don't necessarily fit into those. So I am concerned that we're going in with if there is a sort of a sub-typical, right, clearance on here. But as I looked at this, I'll tell you what I got even more concerned about is that column that we're looking at right there in that graphic. So the column, not that one, the other one, yeah. So that's a 1-by-1 column, right, on the bottom of a slope at a curve. I guarantee you that there's gonna be 2, 3, maybe 4 cars a year that hit that thing. And I don't know, I'm not a structural engineer, but the column at a corner of a building, I would have to be concerned if that gets whacked a number of times. The slope, the reason why I'm concerned about that, the slope on that driveway coming in, people may be good enough drivers not to hit it, but on a winter day, they're absolutely, cars are gonna come down there and whack that thing. So at a bare minimum, I think you need to make sure that the design of that particular column can withstand something more. And I'm a little surprised that hasn't come up before by anyone that's done some more review of this. I mean, usually I'm not looking at the structural part of this, but to me, that would be a concern. So those are my that's 2 comments.
I'd like to just say something. In the existing conditions right now, when you drive down to that, we can probably go to sheet C, probably existing conditions, which would be C or EX1, right? Now, cars currently do drive down that driveway, and there's about 3 parking spots that are on the private property. It's located at the north, the middle, and then the south, kind of near the municipal parking lot. And the third spot that's on the south, the vehicles that drive down that right of way, they do kind of take a turn similarly that they would take into the proposed garage. And so we have the cars we have the parking spots south of the property line. That would be vehicles parked in the municipal lot, as well as the parking sign that's located right at the striping area, just at the southeast corner. And so a vehicle that is currently parking at an angle, taking that same right turn, similarly that they would take into the proposed garage, it's a very similar in nature movement. So cars are currently doing that and making that turn. And we're just adding the garage, it's where, you know, it would be a boundary, obviously, but they do currently take the similar parking movement in that third spot that's located in the private property.
In the third spot, just for parking on the side of the right of way.
In the private property.
I'm not totally following what you're saying, I have to admit. Are you talking about just when people are parking at?
I'm gonna screen share an aerial.
Alrighty.
Yes.
Because I'm trying to figure out this as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a pretty open area there now.
Sorry. Let's just separate it. Oh, goodness. Alright, so can you explain?
Yeah, so looking at parcel 2211, there's the 3 spots that are on the private property. It's the third one at the south that is kind of making that similar turn that they're doing in the existing additions. The only difference now is that they'd be taking that turn into the garage. And so if there were concerns of vehicles maybe going down at that right of way and potentially hitting the column, it would have that similar effect of potentially hitting the vehicles in that parking side that's located.
Do we know that that doesn't happen?
Yeah, and pardon me, but you know, to John's point, I don't know, like if it were a slippery, slidey, icy day, I don't know if somebody would do that, and that's different from needing to go into the garage where you keep your car. Right. It's about before.
So I bring those up because of two reasons. One is, so on the turning radius issue, right, what the public interest there is, like, right, do we care if someone who owns this now can't park in their parking spot or can't get into the parking spot? No. But what the repercussion of that is that they then don't park in the parking spot and end up parking on the street all the time, right? So we don't want that negative externality. On the column, I have just I do a lot of roadway work, and I'm always shocked about how poor drivers are and how often things get hit. And to me, this is one of those things, one of those conditions that if I was building something, or if I was required to design something, my clients would tell me that I need to ring that in something, right? Either beef it up and make it more resilient, or to put guardrails around it. I just know that my client would tell me that I'd have to do that.
Yep.
And so if you do that, right, if you put a guardrail around that, you can't here, right? So you need to do something else. And the bigger concern is that I think that column holds up a lot, right? I don't know. That's not my thing, but my guess is that it helps that whole platform there.
We are more than happy to, beef that column up for sure, absolutely. What I was just explaining earlier was kind of the similar movement that's in the existing condition.
Yeah.
It might be worth having the architect chime in on what exactly that would mean for that column, and whether it would mean that it infringes into that opening, or if it could just be all done within that encasement.
Yeah.
Hey guys, this is John Seeger, Seeger Architects. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, that's not just a column, but it is a wall, potential more than just one column there. As you go down to the west of the site, And there would be structural framing, not just at the opening, but over to that wall. We haven't, done a structural, I did run this past a structural engineer as far as trying to get headroom clearances and beam sizes. But, for the lack of putting bollards in front of that, if the sidewalk's in the way, it won't just be a standalone column. There'll be a continuous bearing wall. If you wanted to go to the floor plan on the garage plan on A1, or I'm sorry, is it?
That elevation showed it.
Well, you see, right now we're showing individual columns, but that can actually be a wall, a bigger column or a bearing wall if we need it to be. Like I said, we haven't did the structural design yet, but there's a couple of different ways we can reinforce that, what we're showing as a column by making a continuous wall, and also the framing within the first floor framing of the structure to alleviate that load, because I agree with you, John, that drawing looks, the column looks a little bit vulnerable, if you will, sitting there, but it's not just the column that's going to be part of the structure for that. And yeah, it would be great if we can get a ballard in front of it, at least one.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So there's a couple of things wrong with the way that's drawn. It's weak in the wrong direction. The columns at 2 Haven Street, right? That's the corner building. Those are 20 by 20. And they're holding up maybe a little bit less than this building, at least at that corner. It's only 2 stories. So this is definitely going to get wider. But even if it didn't get wider, even if you were able to somehow clad, if it's drawn at 1 foot thick and you're going to have to clad that somehow, you're not just going to have a bare steel column. I don't think it looks like it's all clad with something attractive. So it's going to get wider. And if we do put a bollard in front of it on the north side of it, which is also an option, right, to protect it a little bit from, even a plow or just a car coming around the corner. What does a bollard, what does an extra foot of column plus a bollard maybe 6 inches away from that do to the turning radius? Anthony, that's, I guess, what we want to look at, right? There's a solution to fix this column. That's understood. But if we start beefing it up to the north, and we look at that turning radius that you showed the car coming around, it's pretty close to, that's where the impact is. Right there, like that middle one and that left one, they're pretty close. So if we can make that movement, another foot to the north from where it's shown, then potentially it still works when somebody finally engineers that corner. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the drawing is really small for me to see right where the actual car is. Right. So potentially we do have, it's also the traffic engineer question too, but if we did put a bollard in front of that helm, which it looks like it still works with the turning radius. We would also beef up the column going in the west direction as well.
Yeah, but that doesn't help you as much. There's probably going to be a cross brace there somewhere. One of those bays is braced for sure. But, in that direction, it's stronger. You can stop something from moving it to the west. It's moving it to the south, it's going to fail. Somebody coming down the slope, hitting it in the weak direction is the worst case scenario. So there's a bollard just north of that X, that little elevation marker there for 127. And if the traffic engineer thinks that we can clear this and still deal with the bottoming out issue, then I think you're okay. I mean, it looks like spot number 3 to the right of this. It looks like it's coming out a little further north. And we're saying that's not bottoming out, that's able to make that manure.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I can't see you guys, so if you're nodding,
Yeah. Yes.
can't figure out how to make the view of you guys bigger than the stupid thing. So that's what's gonna happen. We don't have to worry about that column. We know it's gonna be bigger and there's probably gonna be a bollard in front of it. Can the maneuver be made a little further to the north, still across that grade that we're saying is?
And I suppose that's question is for the parking engineer?
Yeah, I don't care. Somebody answer it. One of you guys.
So, right, because essentially, you're not gonna have, the width now is shown as 22 feet? Is that what I remember seeing on here, right? It's not gonna end up being 22 feet, because you're gonna end up with a foot, maybe a foot and a half, maybe 2 feet extra
And
space
so-
on here. So you're down to, a scooch over 20 feet, so.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
I mean, we can consult with the structural engineer, and I believe if there was, instead of a concrete column that was in the weak direction, we could add an I-beam as a column, and if the I-beam would have the flanges on the on the north and south, and the web connecting it where it would be in the strong side, in that sense. So in place of a concrete column, an I-beam is definitely a viable option that will add sufficient strength, and we would need to, consult with the structural engineer in that sense. But I believe it's, a steel I-beam would be stronger rather than a concrete column.
Yeah, but you're gonna leave it naked? I mean, your elevations show us a building that's clad in precast and brick and nice materials. You're just gonna have a bare concrete, a bare steel column that's gonna be painted?
It can be an 8-inch deep, web, and it can be covered.
It won't be an 8-inch. I can tell you it won't be 8 inches because you can't make the connections. It's gonna be at least a W10 or 12. It's gonna be a really heavy section. It's got a heavy load coming.
Yeah,
So it might be a cross. You might have a double, but you won't have a single.
Yeah, we can consult with the structural engineer and get answers on.
And what I'm saying is, I think it can be engineered. I don't doubt that it can be engineered. I'm saying is, let's assume that the movement happens 2 more feet to the north of this. Then we're clear of it. It gives you the depth you might need for structure, potentially a bollard. Can we still make the movement through there? That's really the only question we have to answer. Then the engineer can figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're playing with a few inches away from a 12-inch column, it's not going to work. It's telling us that we can't be any further north.
So do we want to see updated auto turns considering?
Oh, can he just tell us right now? Isn't he online? Sorry.
Yes, and we do have a parking exhibit. We can pull that up. It shows vehicles entering and vehicles exiting.
So the parking spot number 4 looks like it definitely can clear this, because that's at least probably 3 feet away from the rear bumper, right? That line. That one looks like it's working.
Mm-hmm.
And what are these assuming? That they'll just do this in these single movements that somebody might not, adjust 2 or 3 times in the garage? Because I don't really care how long it takes them to get out.
Obviously without,
This is just assuming this. Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, obviously without having, auto turn in front of me to, rerun it at the moment. I believe and I think you're kind of pointing at parking spot number 2 is what you're really pointing at, right? For what's shown on the screen right now. And I believe that can easily be manipulated is the wrong word because it sounds, bad, but the way that the turn can be made can be, obviously, that turn could probably be fluctuated to make it look like it's clearing it a lot more than what it's, because I believe the way it's showing right now is to make it look like it just is able to exit. There wasn't necessarily a rhyme or reason to make it further away from that column as possible. So it's something that could probably easily be rectified in an auto turn when just rerun, knowing that this is the issue that come up, and we can have that car be pushed further away from the column. Like, if you look to the north, on the north side of that car, there's plenty of room before it even goes to that column too. So there's plenty of other room to get out. So I think it's just the way it's drawn as you see it right now, as opposed to what could actually happen when this is actually the issue we want to look at.
I still think we'd like to see it as with the turning radius, with the signage that indicates what the height is. And I think that would satisfy the board.
Do you know what that clearance is at the northern edge, at the northern entrance?
The vertical clearance is 8 feet 2 inches.
All right.
Yeah, Ford F-350 is 6 feet 10 inches to puts things in perspective.
8 feet, right, that's fine. I mean, I thought I saw something that had it down at like 6 something, 6'9" or something.
So it goes from
which
8
is
feet 2
questionable.
inches from the north wall of the driveway entrance and then down to 10 feet 2 inches
By
at
the
the
time it
southern.
gets down, yeah.
Yes.
Now, see, that beam is going up into the brick, for sure.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I talked to the structural engineer and it's kind of cool. They put it actually up in the wall.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, that so we can do a deeper section if we want to go 24. And it'll be hidden in the balcony there.
Yep. Okay, good. So we understand that we've got a minimum clearance that works and the beam depth growing can be addressed without encroaching on that.
Yeah, I was worried about that, and then my structural engineer, just pointed out the beam doesn't have to drop down; it can go up in the wall, which is a big help for that opening.
I'm good with this. I mean, I'm sure, looking at these a little bit more in detail, the auto turn, like, yeah, you can make that work. I mean, right, I'm like, right, the tightest one is spot 2, right? You have more space to play so that you can sort of back it out instead of perpendicular, right? You can back it out a little bit more, right? So that it turns more. I'll say using this particular car, right? In auto turn. So my concern, I've said it a gazillion times, my concern is that, right, there is some limitation here on what types of vehicles can enter into this, and effectively use this garage. That's going to be what it is. So smaller cars, typical average cars can use it. Big ones probably will have more difficult time. As long as we know that's happening, then,
Yeah.
then we're okay with it.
I guess I do get concerned with, I'll just say it out there. It looks like everything just fits and it fits barely. I do get concerned about people not only having an easy time getting in the garage, but getting out of the garage too, because if it's a pain in the neck to get out, people won't use the garage. And and there's fewer parking spaces for other people to use, so it looks like.
I'm gonna disagree with you there. And
Okay.
I'm gonna say that people are lazy and they will park as close to their door as they can. People are lazy. And frankly, what you should do is you should offer the lease with a car.
Well,
Put a bunch of Priuses in there.
I might
and
say
offer that.
there are lazy drivers and there are lazy walkers. I suppose you're right, that there are people of all types.
I've said my piece, I'm fine. I mean, if we are, I just, as this board is aware, right, that as Nick said more eloquently than I did, right, that column width is gonna change. As he said, right, I'm sure you can do it and make it. But I do think that should, right, you do want to address that, and make that more substantial and a bollard if you can. But, you know, I don't think that's gonna change anything else, right? I don't think that's gonna have ripple effects.
Even just possibly as a condition of a decision to say that we will submit a letter from a structural engineer saying they have looked at the specific issue and that they, addressed it to the, to the town's satisfaction. Something like that I think might make sense.
And if it could look as complementary as the current column does, that would be even better. So it would be wrapped or whatever, so it'd be the same material as we're currently seeing.
Yeah, so it will be wrapped in the precast concrete, similar to the rest of the structure.
Excellent, thank you.
I have no other comments.
Okay. Any other, I was going to ask if there are any other changes to the drawings that we haven't noted.
No changes since the last hearing.
Did you have something?
There was a response to the letter, response from Federa Engineering on November 24th. Has the engineering department looked at the responses?
Sorry, did you ask a question?
Yes. Federa Engineering responded to the engineering department's comments. Has the engineering department looked at those responses?
Yes, and I believe, didn't they submit a letter?
Yes, and a memo was submitted that they've
Yes.
received everything they've asked for.
Public.
Yes, can we open this up to the public? Are there any comments or questions from either Zoom attenders? Yes, please, if you'd come up. Thank you.
Someone made a joke about a Prius. Is there any provisions for electric car charger?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because if you're gonna put small cars in, and the move is to go with electric vehicles, that may mess up your 4 parking spots. Because you're gonna need more room for that cord and the equipment that goes with it.
Got it.
And they're very quiet, because some lady almost ran over me. She pinned me against the wall. I didn't
Sorry,
know it
can
was
you
coming.
say your name and address, sir, please?
Ken Nielsen, Grand Street.
Thank you.
Did you want to address that? Will there be electric hookups for electric cars?
Did we, and that we would maybe have that option?
Sorry, I guess I apologize, I'll get you a firm answer. My understanding is that they will be available to install them, but they won't be necessarily installed to begin with.
Okay.
But maybe we can get an answer on that.
The lot will be all electric ready?
That's my understanding, but I want to confirm with engineering first. I apologize, it's been a little while since the last time I spoke with the team about that one issue, so I apologize, I don't have a firm answer for that.
Thank you.
I can look into specifications on what are required for electric car, charging ports. It's not my expertise on electric charging, but we can take a look into specifications on what's required for clearance, horizontal clearance. And so I'm sure we'd be able to fit it. I can just,
And whether or not it'll be a set location or whether it is determined by who gets what spot. I'm assuming that the spots were not allocated by unit. They just,
yes.
whoever gets there first.
There is one thing to note, and if adding a charging port adds another 2 feet to the front of the parking spots. Just one thing to note that we have about 30 feet from the parking spots on the left to the east side of the building. So 30 feet is a pretty substantial space. So there's some playroom.
You could look into that.
They don't take up that much space. And Tony's an expert on this anyways, but the ones I just added in my garage that were about 8 inches deep, you put them between the spots and you don't infringe on the car at all.
Okay. I see. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have it all. Fine.
Super.
The key is how are you gonna pay for the electricity? So,
Who cares? Let's just move on. I mean, if they want to install them as an amenity to their tenants, they can do that. Who cares?
Any other questions or comments from the public?
Yes, so Karen Gately-Hurt with her hand raised.
Yes, Karen?
Oh, hi, I can unmute myself. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm Karen Gately-Herrick, a member of the Select Board. So this project has come before the Select Board before, and I'm glad we're talking about these electric chargers because my memory serves me, at that point, we were asking, the project folks were asking to have some access to public parking, and I do believe electric chargers were mentioned as part of the project. My question today is, we have a new climate law that says we should not be installing gas lines going forward and reducing our use of fossil fuels. I'd like to know what the project team is planning for heating and cooling units in this building.
Hi, this is John Seeger Architects.
Yes.
We, as far as the design for the system, we can either use electric or gas for the condenser, the rooftop units. We're planning on going with a split system. I don't want to limit the decision on what we could do for that. So I think we haven't investigated what's the best direction at this point. But natural gas is going to be an option, most likely for the heating.
Madam Chair, if I may follow up?
Please.
I appreciate, I'm not gonna tell you how to design your building, and we wouldn't do that. But y'all need to understand that we have a legally mandated and binding climate law that says we will move to a greener building technologies. And so that is what the public and our appointed boards are going to be asking of people that want to come into town and build new structures. And I'll leave it at that. So, and I do a thank you for going through this process and answering these questions.
No, I appreciate that. I think we just have to plan on looking in the future, and most of the systems we have now have gotten so efficient too. But that's a good point. Moving towards the future with whether electric or natural gas, because it used to be natural gas was a better solution, better than oil, But so I appreciate the comment.
Any other comments or questions from the public? Yes.
I just wanted to toss it in only because you.
Not from the public.
You had mentioned something earlier, I just wanted, I looked it up, the Mini Cooper, 6.5 inch clearance to start, 98 inch wheelbase, so it's actually better than pretty much any one of the other 5 cars that I mentioned, so, but just.
So we can encourage that. Is that a question from John? No. Anybody else?
I don't see any more hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Do you want to go through the decision?
Yes, I think we can. Heather, do we want to have a motion for the decision?
We can go through it first.
Okay. Yep.
So let's see, starting at the top again, 40R plan review, 18 Woburn Street. We noted to the applicant that some of the calculations perhaps in their zoning table were a bit off due to setbacks and building coverage. So we've asked for that to be corrected in future submittals. I think Geo is already on that, but we'll just look for that anyways. I will try to breeze through some of the highlighted needs here. So at the previous hearing, I believe it was Nick, he had asked that maybe a stairwell be considered at the rear of that western sidewalk in order for that egress. Were there any updates on the findings to such? I know you provided an email today, but.
Yeah, just to that point, so that it is kind of a narrow alley. The intent is that it was really a second means of fire egress just at the front portion towards Woburn Street, and that would remain a private section. If we would do a stairway, we'd have to get permission from the office building next door, which we just haven't engaged with them. It would be a little bit more of a bigger undertaking. And so really the intent is to really just keep it as a private alleyway for right now.
We also saw that on the first floor plan, there's a handicap lift into the commercial lobby due to the grade. Understanding that it is a present concern as well existing condition, was there any thoughts on how ADA access could be navigated from the parking areas?
So just on that point, really the idea is that we're not going to be changing the conditions of any folks that would be parking in the CVS lot to get up to the Woburn Street side. Theoretically, it could be that if somebody is planning to visit the retail space, they could arrange in advance to try to use the lift within the building, but that is intended to be a private elevator for safety, security reasons, et cetera.
Just to highlight, pointing out that we can work with the applicant and they are open to working with us on any ideas of future parklet concepts along Woburn Street that could be opportunities for outdoor dining or expanded shared space. I just added today that the garage shall be designed to allow the installation of electric vehicle charging ports. That's okay. I did notice that through the plan review that the bike racks were also planned on that western walkway where the egress was. So we connected with Geo and the applicants on that, and they're open to working with us on relocating those bike racks so that the egress remains clear and bikes aren't prohibiting access. So whether that be maybe within the garage or maybe preferably in the actual public parking lot where I don't think there's actually any bike infrastructure in there currently, might be a good opportunity. So yep, sidewalk improvements along that eastern right of way, and you'll see as we get down below, the applicant will look to provide an easement for what is shown on the plans as that eastern walkway, but will work with the applicant and our parking, traffic, and transportation task force on maybe the final design of that and if a sidewalk is appropriate or if it should be travelway entirely at 18 feet wide because of some pedestrian safety concerns as we saw in some of the turning movements and truck turning movements. So we'll engage them on that as the design advances. Trash management, we just highlighted that I think it came up in a very early on hearing that it is a bit tight in terms of residential trash, and if that retail space were to become a restaurant, it might just really require good property management. So we've conditioned that below on details on how the residential and commercial trash management will be managed. So we've also highlighted in our 40I decisions all of the design guideline requirements, and we go through those section by section and how the project looks to identify such or meet such, or I don't know that there were some not applicable prohibited materials, but I don't think there's any major highlights here. We get to waivers. The applicant is looking for a density waiver of 63 units per acre, where 20 is the max allowed. Or minimum, sorry, should change that.
Minimum required.
They did note that the FAR is below the max allowed minimum. Off-street loading, they were also looking for a waiver to provide a dedicated loading bay. They felt that loading can be accommodated within the municipal parking lot and will be managed through smaller delivery box trucks and vans. And then they also have 2 parking spaces that are to be sized and striped as compact spaces at 8 by 17, where 8.5 by 17 is required. As we get down into conditions, some of our standard ones. We do encourage the applicant in these cases to engage on shared parking. Let's see, plan changes as noted above. We will look for that zoning table to be updated, but I don't recall seeing any else unless the board can alert me to such. Of course, all permits will need to be gathered before any construction starts. We'll hold a pre-con meeting as we do with all development applications, and we'll look for that construction management plan, which details some site specifics such as contractor parking. We've engaged with the applicant on, as we've mentioned, that the CVS lot may be eligible to look at for a potential redesign, and the applicant has agreed that they would look to provide $5,000 towards the cost of such. Prior to vertical construction, we would look for an as-built of the foundation with the structural columns and parking dimensions overlaid on it, just to ensure that a lot of these movements work and the parking as shown and approved fits within that foundation. So that's a new condition that we're looking to add to a few projects going forward. During construction, typical construction hours will be followed. Again, that construction management plan will be held accountable. And then again, we're just looking for that right-of-way layout to start to get finalized between the town and the applicant and what we may agree to see there and what's appropriate. Again, it could be all travel way, could be a sidewalk on one or either side of that right-of-way. So we'll continue to engage on that. And then prior to occupancy, we'll look for all easements, including that right-of-way easement. We'll look for the operation and management plan of the stormwater system, and then the property management docs, which again will highlight trash removal, making sure that garage access is cleared from snow, landscaping and window box to be maintained, etc. Garage parking just to be striped.
Sorry, I just thought of something. So we might wanna ask for information on the signs they're proposing to use to alert people about the clearance in the garage. Maybe that would be up at the top under plan changes or just additional documents prior to.
No worries.
And then also in the property management documents, would we wanna put something about the vehicle types or anything like alerting people before they sign a lease that there are challenges with certain vehicles getting in and out of the garage? Would that be appropriate in this area? Under property management. Okay.
Yeah. Yep, we'll work on that language tomorrow. Sorry, I'll just finish scrolling down before scrolling back up. Bicycle rack location, as mentioned, they'll work with us to find an appropriate spot. Lighting will be dark sky compliant, and then after occupancy, we look for parking utilization data, just for our benefit and to be aware of. As-built plans will be needed, and any signage will need to require sign permit application and potential approval by the Cpdc. Sorry, you had one more condition that you
Yeah, maybe up
mentioned.
top when we talk about plan changes. That's when we would get information about the signage. Does that seem like an appropriate time, Josh?
Yep,
Okay.
makes sense.
Rest of you guys.
Yeah,
Good timing.
I have a question or statement, I guess. So my understanding is that for the bicycle rack that that the applicant did propose a location for a bicycle rack that will work because of the egress. And so the way that item number 10 here is worded, it's not clear to me that that bicycle rack is to be provided by the applicant. And I think that that's my understanding and should be included in there. So the bicycle rack.
Basically just clarifying that the applicant pays for it and provides it.
Yes.
Like we can help determine location,
You
but-
can help determine
yeah.
location, but it's actually the applicant that's paying for the bicycle rack, right? That isn't it possible to put where they originally wanted to put it, but we'll work with you to put it on likely some town property that's nearby, right? I mean, I think that's the situation we're in,
Thank you.
so. Catch. That was my understanding, if that's not right.
Absolutely.
Were there any other comments?
No, none here.
So yeah, we'll work on some of the language on the vehicle management and signage language up here for pedestrian and traffic signage specifics, and we'll run them by the applicants before finalizing as well.
Waivers.
I'm sorry, do we need to work into here? I hope the answer is no, but I'm asking anyways, do we need to work in here the issue about the changed structural requirements of that column? Or is that something that, like, it's in your best interest, right?
If I could perhaps, even with the as-built garage requirement,
Oh, that's what
say
I
that we
thought.
provide a structural engineer's letter as part of that same paragraph, and that might just be enough to address that issue.
Sorry, say that again, Josh?
So within the new requirement of the as-built garage plan,
Yeah.
we could also add a sentence that will provide a structural engineer's letter relative to that final column at the accessway.
Okay. Sounds good.
That's fine, but let's remember that the more important piece is that the vehicles can make the turning.
Yeah.
Right.
So we would probably get the turning. We might want the structural information and the turning movements earlier on than that. In case they have any issues that we need to bring back.
Yeah.
So maybe under this part, we would, is it possible that you can get that structural design worked out, like, it definitely is possible
I
that you can
think
get it
so.
worked out sooner
Yeah.
than later, cause, you know, you apply for building.
This is the point I was trying to make, was that if we just make an assumption that we give them an additional 2 feet to work the structural out, right? It doesn't matter whether he can engineer it or not, because I'm sure he can make it work with 2 feet, because I see other buildings that have a 20-inch column and I know it works there.
But
So my point is just that if we move that vehicle movement up 2 more feet, does it still work? Let the structural engineer figure it out within those limitations.
my concern, Nick, and I completely agree with you on that. What I wanted to have everyone concur or not is that, yes, part of the design requirements for this building is to have that column be have some more crashworthiness, and that comment was not going to just be pushed off to the side, and right, that it was actually going to be addressed. It's,
yeah, no, I agree.
To me, that's more your concern than ours. But I also don't want it to just flop away. So, because it's really,
put it in there. I'm just saying. I think Julie was saying that we needed them both at the same time. But I think what we need first is the traffic movement. Knowing that the traffic movement works, and then having this in here that the structural engineer will address the problem. We don't need to get both at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, so the letter from the structural engineer can come at the same time as the as-built, but the revised turning movements, adjusted to accounting for a wider column or wall there would come earlier. You got all that?
Wonder if anybody envies my
We'll add that in
position.
later, yeah, I know. I'm so glad you're doing this and not me. And then you got the turning movements up at the top.
I did,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
Let me make sure about that, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Andrew,
Yep.
may I recommend that you say revised turning movements based on the final structural engineer analysis of structural.
This is gonna come before.
yeah, based on
Well, so revised turning
done.
movements to accommodate a larger structure,
yeah.
larger column, wall.
We'll work on this.
Yeah, the highlighted things are things we're gonna wordsmith tomorrow,
Yeah, okay.
based on all of our minutes and understanding of what's happening right now. Discussion. We can wordsmith it tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Long week, it's only Monday.
Yeah, I know.
So is this a continuance or not? Should be
I
voted
mean,
on
I
tonight.
wouldn't think it would be, but don't look at me.
No.
It's up to you guys.
I'm going to say I don't have any other issues that I feel like we need to continue.
I feel like I'm ready to move on this.
Not that we don't like seeing you.
It's almost been a year.
It's coming up.
Julie, not per se to this, but
Yeah.
you had Andrew change it to a 20 unit per acre minimum up earlier.
Yes.
And I would like at a later point to discuss how we went from a 20 unit maximum that required waivers to now a 20 unit minimum.
It's always been a minimum. That's the minimum that the state requires for this to be considered a mixed-use multifamily 40R. If we said maximum in there in the past, that's a typo.
I'd still like to discuss it later. Thank
Of
you.
course, we can talk about it all day long.
I do just want to add, Robert Coulter would like to make a comment, and he is on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Bob Coulter. I'm in Precinct 6, and I was listening in and I had a comment. This is approximately a 20-unit structure, is that correct?
No.
Six units.
6 units.
6 units.
Oh, it's only 6? Okay, never mind then. I thought it was gonna be a much, I'm sorry, it's only 6, never mind. I was gonna say, if you're gonna electrify a structure, you have to consider the transformer, where that feed is and where it's coming from. And this is a complete build-out, so it would be very difficult to add a transformer. So I hope someone's been in touch with RMLD about power getting into the site, so that's all. Thank you.
Motion to close the public hearing for 18 Woburn Street.
Second.
Okay. The decision
No, no,
We need to
you need to vote.
to close it.
Yes, we're gonna vote.
Okay.
To close the hearing.
You need to call for the vote, please.
Okay, need to call for the vote. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then similarly, waivers and then the
waivers.
whole enchilada.
All right, so I'll move to approve the waivers requested by the applicant for the downtown smart growth district plan at 18 Woburn Street
As amended.
as amended.
You can vote on that?
Why do we amend them?
Are you sure these ones were
We
amended?
just made a typo that we fixed,
Okay.
if that's what you're referring to. Yeah.
So these, right, waivers on density, off-street loading, and compact parking spaces. Or to allow 2 compact parking spaces, right? Those are the 3 waivers.
Yes.
All right. I'll second that.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Nick?
Nick?
Aye. Yes.
Motion to approve.
Yes, so I will move to approve the downtown smart growth district plan for 18 Woburn Street.
Is there a second?
I will second.
All in favor?
Yes.
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 Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and patience.
Okay. We still have people here for the Shute Street, 6 to 16 Shute Street.
It's not really a minimum or a maximum, it's just a number. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Is it really?
It is, right?
That's pretty good for 26.
It's the minimum.
It is.
By the city.
That's right. Congratulations.
But then
There's hope for me.
every project needs a waiver, right? Unless it comes in exactly at 20.
What a way to celebrate.
So it's a little bit strange.
He's on too.
We have representation for the Shute Street project.
Good evening, Attorney Josh Latham here tonight on behalf of Plimsoll Companies, the applicant for a mixed-use project at 6-16 Shute Street here in town under the DSDG Downtown Smart Growth District zoning bylaw and pursuant to Chapter 40R of Massachusetts General Laws. This is our 4th hearing on the project before you, and we last appeared before you on November 1st. With me this evening are Jamie Garrity on behalf of the applicant, Jeff Ollinger, our architect, and Patrick McCarty is with us virtually. He's our civil engineer. Last time, the commission continued our hearing to really look at some final items and questions you had. With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff, and he can hit those points. Thank you.
Presentation. Great. So it's
Essentially, one point of clarification on the drainage report for engineering. And you want to skip to that. Actually, a previous one. Yep. So this is just for record email from engineering saying that they've reviewed our drainage plan and that they found it acceptable. They wanted some additional monitoring for phosphorus offlow of the parking lot post occupancy. And yep, and the next one is the requested lighting plan that shows that all of our lighting falls within the acceptable levels. And a paint rendering.
Can we discuss that rendering? Is the plan to have the lights on like that all night long?
No, that was more or less to show off the form of the building. So you may see this, you know, at 4 o'clock in you know, December.
And so what would turn off the lights?
The building management system would all be timed so that everything was operating, so that it was energy efficient and also respected the night skies requirements.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You want me to continue, right? Yep.
And this is to speak to the letter that was submitted to the board. As you can see here, the a butter group has identified the corner as a place of high civic importance, which we agree. And so we've shown what our new project will look like once this has been renovated. And you'll see that we still have a very open space, and we are willing to and eager to work with the town to improve it and really tailor it so that it serves its civic purpose the best that it can. And this is, for reference, just the previous scheme that had shown a tree with a planter, just to give a sense for what that object would be in scale on that plaza. And then this is to provide more detail on the green screen that we are proposing at the parking lot. You'll also notice in our updated drawing set, we provided a section detail of how that works with the retaining wall as well as the sidewalk. I believe it's sheet A410. And I think as we go, this will just be the rest of the slide deck. This is a brief study showing the decibel level of the rooftop. Obviously, we want to have a more detailed study done, but this was sort of a graphic analysis of, you know, where the basic levels would be. And you can see that we'd be at 31 dB at the fence, which would be well within the limits of most, if not all, noise ordinances. Reading not having a specific noise ordinance. And that's it. Thank you.
Back to this decibel. Yeah, sorry.
Questions from the board? Comments from the board?
Those noise levels are just without any screening at all around the units?
Correct. That was just doing a basic, the unit would operate at about 72 decibels, and then using a simple logarithmic deterioration as it moves to the property line. You'll end up with 47 decibels at line of sight without screening, as well as that's also not accounting for any impact that the parapet itself, we have a small parapet, may have. And then the 31 decibels is developed from the 53 decibels that we think would be present at the parapet itself. And then you'll have about 49 feet to the property line as the diagonal works, which would have its own decimation. Actually, John, you may know the precise term for the decibel fall off.
Drawing a blank, no.
Acoustic deterioration. Anyways, is that the right term? But as we said, we're more than willing to have a precise measured study done, and we believe that we're well within the acceptable range for noise generated by mechanical equipment on the rooftop.
So, I mean, I've been involved in some pretty sensitive projects with noise regard to neighborhoods and that. That's why I was suggesting that you actually do a baseline before anything else changes, because I think what's gonna happen is that and that plan you're showing is perfect. Look at 2 Hickman. Right? People are complaining about noise, but and they're saying there is no noise right now. That's just impossible, right? So what I don't want is for this board to then have to deal with all of that BS that's going to come forward as everyone tries to figure out where the noise is coming from when there is no baseline for that noise, right? So I think there has to be a baseline study that says this is the 0 point right now, the existing conditions, that existing building with its kitchen running and Columbo's building running and 2 Hickman Street running, not including the train, right? Although you could do a study with the train at rest there and show how your building potentially shields the neighborhood from some noise.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to get caught up in a Johnson Woods argument, that's in quotes, with us trying to figure out that some rattling window unit 2 houses away is causing the noise, and we can't prove that it is, and nobody can prove it is. So I kind of rambled there, I'm sorry, but tired. What I'm saying is that if you can't prove where the noise is coming from, you're just going to be going in circles trying to prove to them that it's not your building making the noise. We're going to have to sit in meetings listening to people.
The issue with noise, right? I mean, this shows it perfectly, right? Down to High Street, you're not going to. It's actually going to provide a benefit not to High Street but to Chew Street and the back behind there, because it'll screen out the any of the cars on High Street that are going at higher speeds, and the railroad tracks. Like, it'll be a benefit. Where the noise complaint will come from is up on Woburn Street, because you'll have, right, you'll be higher but not that much higher, and you're far enough away but not that far away from those homes up on Woburn Street, and you will have that direct line of sight, especially on the other side of Woburn Street. You might have like 1 or 2 houses where you where you get that direct line, and if those throw off like a tone, right? Then that's where you're gonna get it.
And so this is done with no screening, so I think if this were a problem, I'd be happy to get the screen. These locations too of units are somewhat arbitrary right now. We haven't designed the building, so we could potentially put them farther to the south.
Yeah, that's true. They could be clustered more towards the nose of the building.
Yeah.
I guess I'm in agreement with Nick. I'm just thinking that it's probably the Woburn Street area where the concern would be higher. If you want to show the positive, Shoe Street, that will reduce existing noise levels dramatically.
Yeah, and I think to Jamie's point, it shouldn't be understated that there is a real physical solution that could be created to help screen it acoustically if we chose to also introduce those as well.
Could we look at the 45 High Street lighting plan, please?
Good slide, maybe.
Usually, doesn't a lighting plan go off to the property line? Continue on a little bit?
We have a grade change of about 6 feet at the property line, so that lighting will actually be low and just be at the level of the cars, and then we'll have a fence obviously above that. So that will project into the property.
All right, so that 2.3 candles in the upper left-hand corner,
Yes.
what's generating that?
That's fall off from that light, that WL1.
Okay, and there's nothing on the building itself, on the higher floors?
On the higher floors, no.
Okay.
This is all just to service the parking itself and only what's required for the surface.
So I guess that was my question on this. This is the light levels in the garage?
At the
At the floor, ground level?
Yeah,
All right.
at the parking deck.
So that light is not higher than the fence, is what you're telling me?
Correct, yeah, it'll be
Okay.
lower, it needs to be lower.
All right, that's fine.
It could be a sconce.
All right.
Definitely facing.
And then you'd have no exterior lighting on the, like sconces or anything on the building, on the outside of the building? I mean, that's not the plan.
Only very, and only decorative. There'll also, obviously, the balconies will have lighting on them for safety and access. So there's some minimal lighting, but again, we want to have everything be night sky compliant, lower the light levels as much as possible, and put the light where it's needed, which is on the surfaces that people are walking and using.
Where's the light on the balconies gonna go?
Right now, I've got it on, you see the side, actually, there's a good view of it, the Chute Street. So you see how we have that solid wall?
Yeah.
You can put a little light there that'll point back to the building. You won't see it.
What about those lights that I can see right there? Are those the decorative lights you were talking about?
Those are the goosenecks.
Yeah.
Those will be retail related, and those will be similar to everything will be part of a building automation system. This will all be part of the green side of the building as well, which will require us to have that kind of level of sophistication of the building. So all the lighting will be part of a building automation system, which will all be part of a building management system, which will also track water use as well as other utilities. It'll just be electric and gas, electric and water.
I've got a couple of questions. One is getting back to the letter from the community about the open space. I am not clear, still about what you're proposing for that corner. What you showed us here was an earlier version. The plan set that we have still has a sculpture that actually physically kind of blocks access across there. So my first question is, can you tell us actually what you're proposing for that? And, I do notice it is a reduction of the space. My other question is, and I'm sorry I didn't notice this before, but when I was going through the plans again, getting ready for tonight, I noticed that, are you seeking a height waiver now also? It's 49 feet, not 45 feet, right?
We established that the average height will be at the 45 because we have a 6-foot grade change at the rear of the property. So the average height was conforming. But there was some discussion as about how that was being struck.
The building hasn't grown in height, if that's.
Yeah.
I know, I was just noticing that this last time, I think.
We've actually we've reduced the overall height.
Just to answer the question, the front of the building where there's sort of a crown, that's 49 feet above a 0 grade. But the site has about a 6-foot grade change between the front and the rear. So height is technically, I think in Reading, on the average grade. So that 49 feet is the highest point of the building. As the building steps back toward Woburn Street, that crown diminishes to about 45 feet, I think, which if you take the average grade, comes back down to just about what the required, I think it's 44 feet. So we're under the height at the rear of the building. We're slightly above the required height at the front of the building. Andrew, can you show a
either the Chute Street elevation or
Showing
even
I'm
not following you. You went from 49 to 45, got to an average of 44.
The Chute Street rendering will even.
Sorry, I'm
Jamie
ruining my.
Jamie did an excellent job. It's a little complicated. But yeah, so you'll see.
45 feet, right? I mean, that's that's
So it's
Right,
not
it's
just
the
the
average,
plane.
it's not an arithmetic
an arithmetic average, it's the average of the space around.
And you'll see that the green portion of the building actually steps up slightly. Those gray dots are actually the mechanical units. So you see it's actually lower on the townhouse portion of the building. And
All right.
and then Andrew, if you want to go back to the renderings actually of the corner.
Second text.
So the existing, if you want to go back to the existing, which I think is one more.
We should just step back too, though.
Yeah.
So Heather, there are 3 separate publicly accessible open spaces in this property, and the 3 total about 800, little over 850 square feet. So we're adding just under 200 square feet of what's quote unquote open space today. They're separated and they're a little bit more, they're obviously smaller independently, but I think they're a little more intimate, which is what we had been pushed by the DRT to kind of focus on. So they're, in total, the open space for the project is above what is there today. But it's 3 separate areas.
So what are those 3 spaces?
I saw the calculations and maybe.
I saw the calculations, but I didn't get where you were talking about.
So
And I
there's
didn't get
one
how you
on-
called this open space, all in
The
red.
ground floor plan, I'll show it. Yeah, you zoom out a little bit. So that'll show 2 of them, which is the Chute and High Street corner. We have a secondary space that'll allow for the second retail to open up as well, and then have a small, very small plaza. It's about 230 square feet. And then I think Jamie's referring to the third space, which is on the second floor.
Yeah, can you show us where that is?
Yeah.
I remember that I saw this, but.
It's, 2 more pages up. Yep. 203 square feet. And then the second floor terrace will be accessible to the retail. And we think that'll be a really nice amenity space as well. In that'll actually have a very like functional quality to it that'll allow for multiple different types of activities that'll be planned and
So, I'll share my opinion on this. You know, if it, I'm unsettled on whether or not it's worth getting into kind of square foot by square foot and saying, okay, we're just providing enough. The second floor retail terrace, I agree that could be lovely. I don't know that we can count on that being publicly accessible. The retail space could be an office, so it could be used, you know, as, I don't know, lunch space. It could be an exercise studio, so that people who are able to use it are there because they are paying to go to a class, or they have a membership to that club or something like that. So if we're talking about publicly accessible open space, I'm undecided on that. The other one, the terrace, I guess it would be at
the 200 square foot one.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm understanding that
Yeah.
either, because it looks like it's essentially entryways to the residential and to the retail, with the transformer in the middle of it. So if we're
Yeah.
talking about, again, publicly accessible open space, is that really much more than an entryway?
It will largely be used for people moving through it, but again, I think that's a second, you know, it's more of an exit for the building than it is anything else, because the primary will be further up High Street, as well as there's another access from Chute Street. So we think that the other portion of the building will be doing the majority of all the residential loading. And then we have in our civil design street tree that's there. So there is the ability for that to develop into a nice, albeit very small pocket. And then with regards to how the retail has this operable wall there, once that's open, that should feel very much like there's a sort of an indoor-outdoor type of space that's happening there, even if that 200 feet doesn't necessarily have like the volume to host like an event or something like that. But again, it's sort of what we can provide, given that, you know, we have other types of goals for the project regarding retail size, et cetera.
So even like with the entrance and exit and the transformer there, is there space for even outdoor seating there?
Well, the transformer doesn't, I mean, I think that's just a placeholder. The transformer could go anywhere on that pad. So the transformer could go closer to the property line, opening up that area, and that entrance, that's a secondary egress from the residential above, so
But you
that's
can't
not.
block it with tables and chairs, right?
But again, I think what Jamie's getting at is that even just looking at it now, I could imagine another way in which we could reorganize the, transformer, move it over so we have more of a combined space outside of that second retail. So I think that there's an ability to, finesse that so that it has a better function. But I think Jamie's larger point is that, where we've been able to allow for better sidewalk, better pedestrian experience, this is one of those places where we're doing that. And I think also similar, there's a kind of a smaller version of that at the lobby, where we've allowed, if you see that bronze kind of patch, and that's to allow for the doors to swing to kind of take some of the heat off of people going in and off of the sidewalk. But that will also have, a small planted wall that's next to it. So there's some softening of the sidewalk there. And then we've kept that very glassy. So the retail lobby, or the residential lobby itself is almost kind of like a quasi-public type of space in that people are moving in and out of it throughout the day and evening.
I guess I would love to see just kind of a more candid approach to what we're calling open space, where I think I would never call a lobby to an apartment building publicly accessible open space. You don't want people hanging out in the lobby, right? So just I'm not convinced, and I think the community is making a fair enough point that public space is being lost here.
I would say one thing though, that I think we're underestimating the fact that there are trains that sit out here and idle. And I mean, I'm in that building 3 times a week. I can hear it in the basement. So I'd be a little bit careful about saying, oh, there's this great opportunity for public open space when if a train comes by, you really can't hear yourself have a conversation. So I'm not minimizing the need for attractive public areas, but I also think this isn't a silent, parklet nestled into a kind of a nook here, right?
Yeah, and I guess what I'm saying is I'm not seeking silence and silent parklet, but I'm in that livening the street, more than just an entrance. And I am bothered by the transformer there on kind of the very main street where we're trying to activate that. So maybe you can find another place for that. But I'm not sold that this is meaningful open space on those two sides.
Okay. And then Andrew, maybe if you just want to go back to those renderings, you can point out just a couple of other things that will be more permanent features of the storefront. So you also notice that we've introduced seating on either side of that operable door, which doesn't exist right now in any permanent way. Everything's temporary right now. So we will have the ability for people to inhabit that space in a way that is more permanent. If you toggle back, you'll notice that the umbrella seating is now sheltered. If you flip to the next one, and those people would now just be behind the glass. And so, in theory, that's very much still a part of that type of activity of people dining. Except now they're going to be sheltered instead of having an umbrella. And again, I think we see that we have the people that are sitting in the middle of the square are unaffected, so those people would be sitting there regardless.
And so, just to add, I thought at the last meeting that we had, I forgive me if I misunderstood, but I thought I talked a little bit about what the town's planning to do potentially at that corner. And I think what we said is, I really don't want to spend a ton of money finalizing a design that the town is then going to come in and do something where we really lost an opportunity, I think, together to make that space more functional for everyone. So I guess my proposal last month was to sort of say, I'd like to put an interim condition in, and I'd like to figure out and I'm willing to put this in a condition or whatever, but to work with the town once they finalize a design here to make this space truly functional for sort of both the retail side of it, but also for the public good side of it. And I think it can be done. I think there's a lot of opportunity on that corner with some of the traffic changes that are being looked at. I just don't know exactly where the town's going right now.
Can I chime in?
Yeah.
So I guess two things. One is, right, on that point, I do think, right, there was some designs have been advanced since our last meeting that might be instructive on that. But, you know, I'm looking at this, and which is, you know, it is what it is. And you know, I'm sort of trying to imagine two things. One is, right, part of the pushback is that the you know, inside the glass is not public space. Like, it's not public space, right? You can't, if I wanted to go down there with my dog and sit down, they would kick me out of there in a heartbeat, right? So I was thinking, well, maybe, right, can you, right, because if you were to pull the building back, right, you lose everything up above that. But would there be a way that you could, right, because you already have it in the design here, that you actually pull that open, right? Really, maybe not even make much change to the building, but instead of glass enclosed space there, to have it a true, open space, and not green, not anything, but just like a roof over some tables and truly a publicly open space, but right? I mean, I'm like, oh yeah, maybe that could work, because you already are calling that off as something a little bit different from the actual retail or coffee shop space or something. But then I'm thinking, okay, that would be nice in 2 months out of the year. You know, in the rest of the year, that is a truly lost opportunity, because more people would rather sit inside than outside. And so where that brings me, and I'm sorry, I'm sort of bringing you along my thinking today, is if that section, right, is actually not integrated into the retail space, but is actually a foyer, right, is truly something like you have here, right, but is open, but not so that when you go in there, you don't feel like you have intruded into
A private area.
But you're in there, and if maybe not with my dog, because you probably can't bring your dog in there, but if I was walking by and I had bought coffee somewhere else, I could go in there and sit there and hang out.
Well,
and I wouldn't feel like I was imposing on whoever it was there. And that way it could be used, right, it could be used all year, and really get that civics, that public space in that important location.
I think that's a very fair, I have no objection to that.
It's beginning to remind me of like a mobility hub design. You know, you could put the train times in there and encourage people to use that space to wait or just to hang out. You know, maybe they're not waiting for the train, but it could be an opportunity to approach the concept of a mobility hub there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think to your earlier point, or the beginning of your point, which is that the existing building existed effectively where that first entry to the retail is, to the left of the round portion. Yep. So in a sense, everything that's forward of that is almost, in theory, a transitional space. And I think, Jamie, we're happy to develop it.
I think I like your idea. I'm struggling because I think our original design actually had this area a little bit bigger, and we were pushed to expand the retail outward. So I'm now hearing, we don't want you to do that, we want you to go back. I think your point is a really good one, and I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think Jeff made a good point when we were talking earlier today and saying this area is somewhat of a transitional area insofar as people are coming from the train station into downtown. And so how do we make that attractive but not so large, to your earlier point, that it sort of sits unused for 8 months a year. And I think if, I'd be happy to integrate something a little bit less private here, but still have kind of the glassiness, because I think it's important to see that activated when you're coming off the train, or going to the train, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, and just to speak to civic function, I mean, in my head, you know, at another time, this is a newsstand. This is something that's sort of a collecting point for people, you know, to come together. So I think with that spirit of sort of, you know, a newsstand is not necessarily something that is totally public, but it's definitely something that people, you know, gather around, and, you know, that's sort of that type of a civic, you know, function, I think is what it is.
It's the indoor-outdoor public civic space, not infringement on a private business.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point.
Okay, open it up to the public. Any more questions from the board? Any comments from the board?
Until we're discussing waivers.
We're not there yet.
No.
I see there are a number of people in the audience here. Do we have some on Zoom as well?
No hands raised, right. Oh, never mind. Karen, Caitlin here.
Karen, did you want to address the board?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. This is a very large project, and I just want to say thank you all for going through the many details and many revisions to try to get to a project that is something the whole community can embrace. And I wanted to make you aware that we actually have one of our RMLD commissioners on the call. He didn't introduce himself as such earlier, but I think he'd like to speak up. And I'll tell you what, the climate law is very, very important. And what I'm struggling with is why, when you all are empowered to talk about so many other components of this building, we're not having any discussions about the energy infrastructure that is going to support all of these new businesses and residents. So again, this is going to be a project where I'm pretty confident there is some sort of existing gas line in the street. And, you know, going forward, we are looking to not build new structures using fossil fuels, because the climate law says that we need to reduce our fossil fuels and get to net zero. So the great news about doing any kind of project like this in Reading is that our local power company is available and able to work with developers. And we've done this successfully with other buildings. I'm going to point to the Chronicle building on Main Street. And also there's a new medical veterinary building going in also on North Main Street. So I know board members, you can only work with the regs you have in front of you. But, you know, as a member of the public and a member of the select board and a liaison to RMLD, and somebody who understands that this legally mandated a goal of reducing our natural gas fossil fuel usage is coming. So with that, I don't want to steal the thunder. I would just want to say that RMLD has fantastic design help at this point and rebates for air source heat pumps. There may be ground source heat pumps as well, electric chargers, all of the things that people who are building, you know, the most modern and most appropriate buildings for spots like this are going to be using. So, you know, with that, I would just like to again thank the board and thank these project owners for coming forward with this. And this needs to be a topic that we talk about now. So thank you.
Sorry, Karen, this is Nick. Can you just tell us the timeline for that climate law? I guess I don't know it.
Off the top of my head, 2030. Julie actually may be better. Julie, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I believe we have a significant deadline by 2030, which is just around the corner. I will I need to follow up with that, but I can get that to the whole board. And Julie, feel free if you have more current information in front of you than I do, please jump in. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm falling short on that request.
I can share overall, the climate law that passed this year requires the state to reach net zero emissions. So net zero meaning we don't emit any more than we sequester or capture by 2050, and then there are interim targets that will be developed. I'll leave it at that because I can talk a long time with that, but that is the law.
Can you say that one more time, Heather?
It's the climate law requires the state to reach net zero emissions by 2050.
Okay, thank you.
And then, yeah, again, it's also very new, so, I'm sorry, Jeff Olinger. My knowledge of it is that it's principally targeted towards new gas hookups, so for new buildings that would require a new line that would be installed for them, number one. Two, also the net zero goals for 2030, that is the cap and trade. There's other ways in which the energy can be renewable energy can be credited to a project to meet net zero goals if they're not able to generate on-site photovoltaic, or there may not be the ability to have on-site other renewables. This project will try to utilize as many technologies as possible to make the project a success. It has a desire to be net zero framework, so that it'll have conduit and other things that'll be installed so that EVs, when they eventually overtake the gasoline fleet, will be available, for people to plug in. We're also looking at roof leasing, which is now a common thing for these multifamily projects. I've gone through this with a couple of projects now, and it tends to be managed by another company that comes on after our project is completed, where they'll be installing photovoltaic, across the roof, and then that goes back to the grid, but then also becomes part of a larger district photovoltaic plan. I'm sorry. I'm actually now thinking that 24 Gold Street may, in theory, in multiple years, tie into that same actual grid, So all these new projects, Karen, you're correct. They need to be doing as much as they can to contribute to lowering carbon emissions, and then also creating more resilient, sustainable buildings whenever possible.
That being said, this is perfect building for solar panels.
It has wonderful exposure. We have, again, it's like an arrow that points south. So yeah, in that regard, it is very favorable. But it's, the other, infrastructural components are important to make sure that those are in the plans. And, for the most part, they are, usually a note on the drawing, but that 4-inch, piece of conduit that's moving through the garage is what the future is going to be using to install all of the hookups for all of the electric charging in the garage.
Well, let's be realistic, okay? There just is not enough roof area to do a photovoltaic system, at least not now. Maybe in 2050, those panels will be, but there's just no way to get enough infrastructure on that roof to say that a photovoltaic is going to do some significant. It's not going to pay back for sure, but it's not going to give you some significant power. So unless you start doing, building integrated photovoltaics on that envelope, you're just not going to solve the problem with a few roof panels, right? So the idea is, as you mentioned, to provide some infrastructure so that as the technology evolves, because 4 years from now, that stuff's going to be a lot better than this now. Then you can change over the buildings. I don't think that this board should be looking to solve the problem with any one development, right? This building is not going to solve the entire problem. We just need for it to be resilient enough to be changed over as that infrastructure, as those components come up to speed with better technology.
Understood. Yep.
That's my soapbox. I'm not going to impose something on a development that just is unbuildable, right? Frank Lloyd Wright had these great modern architectural buildings. He was the technology was way behind him. That's why they all leak and fall apart.
I guess while we're on the topic, I think Robert Coulter is the RMLD rep Karen had mentioned, if we can jump to him.
Yes, please. Robert, are you there?
Hey, folks. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bob Coulter. I'm Precinct 6. I'm a town meeting member, and I'm also a Reading Light commissioner as well. And just so you know my background, I'm a design supervisor at National Grid. So this is what I do for a living. So I appreciate the electric talk, but you're absolutely right. There's no space for photovoltaic on top of this roof. It just wouldn't generate anything. And then another comment, I would ask that the board, the planning board and anybody reach out to RMLD. I'll make that contact. So the sooner you talk to them, the transformer location can be finalized. Where it is right now, it's in a non-workable spot. You're next to doors and windows. You have clearances to hard surfaces. You're gonna have to set that thing back in a lot somewhere and find a better spot, because you're not gonna be able to put it on a sidewalk where, potentially a vehicle could, jump a curb and hit it, and you don't want that thing right next to a door or window, right? Again, remember, it's full of oil. If it catches on fire for whatever reason, you don't want that next to a building. That said, that's electrical, an electrical discussion. Whether the building becomes electrified, there are rebates. I think there'll be, when you have the discussion with RMLD engineering, they'll define the best, the best options that you have, and you can make the decision there. I guess my second point that I wanted to make was, I look at this building and I'm looking, it's a behemoth in a downtown. I guess I was wondering, the density, the intensity of the density, if that's a right way to put it. Why is this building at 31 units, and why are we cramming so many units in an area that is already, it already has, a 3-story, limit around it, and then all of a sudden this one's going to 5, and it's expanding its footprint. Well, I guess my question is, why are we allowing, or even contemplating this building being so large? And I'll pause right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
No. You need to correct him on the building height limit, please.
It's 4 stories?
Yes, sir. It's a 4-story building. It's not 5 stories.
Right.
No. I didn't mean you. I didn't mean your building. I meant the limit downtown is not 3 stories.
Well, next door is 3 stories. And
sure, great, but that's not the limit.
So the limit's 5?
No, the limit is 45
feet.
45 feet.
Okay, 45 feet. Okay. So you can build this, and that's from the planning board, or is that from another group?
That's from town meeting. Those are the rules put in by, established in town meeting. Are the limit, 45-foot limit on building height has been predates any downtown smart growth district. It's the same height. It's really established from a, I don't know where it was established from, but what's the name of the building right on the corner?
MF Charles. The
MF Charles building is
black. What's the building that's across the street from where we are now? The Black Iron building, or the Black?
Black Iron.
That was
Yes,
6
the one
stories,
where
5
there,
stories.
yeah, that was in prehistoric times in the 1850s.
Oh, where it got knocked down and then the RMLD building got built.
Right.
Right, that used to be over 45 feet, right, Nick? Or was it over 45?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was a mill, right? At that point, that was a mill. I guess,
But
downtown Reading's starting to look like Everett, right? It literally, it's expanding, and that's great, but the density and the height of the buildings, it literally is starting to look like an urban environment. And this is another building that's converting it into another building that's gonna make it look more urban in our community. And I guess that 45-foot limit, if that's the change in that is gonna be via town meeting, maybe that's a mechanism that we can approach to make a bylaw to lower that limit. And if that would be something that's amenable to everyone in town, you know, just to reduce the height of these buildings, the newer buildings that are going up, it just seems like that every single one is maxing it out, right? And I get it. It's the guys in the room, they're there to make money. And each one is coming in, but every single building is just this gigantic monstrosity of a building coming in. And it's, you know, I would like to see, you know, a lowering or a reduction in the size of this building. It's taking up every square inch of the lot. You've already pushed them back on the corner to make it more amenable to leave some open space there. They shouldn't be going beyond the existing building footprint. It seems to be changing, or our downtown area is absolutely the whole dynamic of this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, no, I'm going to have Josh speak first because he needs to address some of those issues first, if we may.
Just to quickly hit on a few points, I won't take much time. Really, zoning over time is something that adapts, it changes. Affordable housing is one major aspect of 40R. You can't build affordable housing without market rate housing. The 40R district is meant to have this complementary retail use with residential use, get the affordable use. It's meant to be close to commuter rails. This is the type of location that the town, as a matter of policy, said this is where we do want to intensify those uses. When you look at history, as was mentioned, Black's Block, which is across the street, if you look at the old maps, it was a massive building in the downtown. If you look at the MF Charles building, it is maximized out to the lot lines. These are historic structures that we all point at as saying this is the character of the downtown. The character changes over time, that's natural, but this is something that is really envisioned by the bylaws in town. And one person may see something they don't like, and somebody else may see something they do like. The policy behind it is affordable housing, complementary residential and commercial uses, and enlivening our downtown. Just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, please.
Thank you.
Stand up and.
Stand up or sit here?
Do you have to?
You need to, there's a sticker right on the ground, that way people from at home can see you and they can hear you.
Like I'm on stage here.
If they,
But you are.
no, Dave, the reason why we have that is so that everyone can hear you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Dave Talbot. I'm at 75 Linden Street here in Reading. Thank you for the chance to speak. One thing about sort of the structure, and it's 11:15 at night. It's very late to be having public hearings, and I know you have a lot on your agenda. All due respect, maybe you need to have a few more meetings so these can be earlier, and we can have. I know, as
Already have them twice a month, so.
I know. As one who sits on a board, I feel the pain. Our agendas are not at RMLD are not as full and with as much public comment, but it's brutal to only be able to start at 11:15 to make a comment on something this important. So I don't know the solution, but unfortunately, maybe more meetings has to be it, or have a dedicated meeting for a project of this magnitude. A few things I wanted to make sure I understood, and a lot of confusion about the zoning. I fully agree with the policy goals as articulated by the developer's representative. It's always been just a little bit of the scale being a notch too big that is not necessary to also meet those policy goals, as evidenced by the fact that throughout Massachusetts, 40R zones are much less dense than Reading's. Okay, John's shaking his head.
No, the reason why I'm shaking your head is because you provided a handout and that purported to compare Reading to other communities. The fact is, and I've said this before, the fact is that all of those.
Can I make my comment before you reply?
No, because all of those developments are not comparable to what we have in Reading at all. They're on much bigger parcels. We are making up for the sins of boards and decisions in Reading before, where everything was on small lots, very dense, and this is what we have to work with. We don't have what many of those communities have to work with in their 30 or 40 acre developments, and that's so the information that you provided before in that handout was very misleading, because it's not comparable at all.
You mean the handout at town meeting,
Yeah,
right?
you're talking about town
Yeah,
meeting.
yeah.
It was an assembly, let me just be clear. I've asked MAPC for this data, and they say they have it, but they can't share it. I believe we've asked the town for comparables on the zones. I'd love to see it. And we'd love to see the facts on this, or the State Housing Department. But the fact is, the one slide we had is assembled by the town of Littleton, and it showed all the towns and all the different projects, and they're 30, 40, 50 units an acre, and ours are routinely 70 and 80 units an acre. When I walk down Sanborn Street, the first thing, we talked a lot about infrastructure and gas meters, but let's just talk about the visual impacts of these things. The first thing you see going down Sanborn Street is a giant bank of gas meters. Why on that postmark project? Because the project is so huge and crammed into so much of the lot that there's nowhere to put these types of things. You walk up Gould Street, the first thing you see again is fluorescently lit gas meters, because again, they can't be tucked somewhere because the project is so huge and it fills so much of the lot that you haven't given yourself room to work with and to tuck these things away. It came up again tonight with the pad-mounted transformer for this project. The project is so huge and so massive, you haven't given yourself any ability to kind of hide these things. Now, I appreciated the pushback on that he's saying there's 800 feet of open space when it's 680 at the tip, it's going down to 230, and the other thing is a doorway. It's just not true. So, you're losing open space. I'd like to ask one question, since this is a call and response thing where people are responding. I want to make sure I understand that if a developer comes to you and says, I've got this 0.4 acre site, I'd like to put up 30 units of housing, and you say, you know what, I'd like to only give you 22, say. Do you have the ability to say no to a density waiver, to limit it to a scale of, just in theory, do you have that power, yes or no, right now?
Yes.
You do have that power.
Yep.
You've had 2 town meeting instructional motions asking you to exercise that power. And I see nothing but facilitation of what the developers want. So this is going to come to, the conversation's not over. We have a letter from 56 residents that came into you about just this little tiny space at the tip of the project. And by the way, they're not an abutters group. They're people from all over town, from all different perspectives, all different politics. They're not an abutters group of complaining NIMBYs. They're people from all over the community. So, and I just see no serious discussion of this. Just the developer's representative comes in and says, oh, we're here to do little tweaks. That's what we're here to do. Well, you also have a town meeting that's made very clear what it would like to see. I think in conclusion, I fully support the policy goals. I think projects like this are good. All any of us have been saying, who've been coming to you, are saying slightly smaller. Like this one could have been good at 25. 30 Haven is horrible from the back of it. It's an eyesore. It should have been smaller. Gould should have been smaller. Then they would have been really successful. So I think as you go forward, you got to notch it back. I don't believe if you're told that a project can't be economical at 20 units of housing on 0.4 acre, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, in this market, these projects are gold mines. You have the ability to scale them back. You've been asked by town meeting to scale them back, and the economics are such that they certainly can be scaled back to make more attractive developments and still achieve the goals of the town. I think even now you still have the ability to say, you know what, guys, we've heard from our town meeting, we've heard from the letter. Hey, let's do the right thing here. Let's cut this back a bit. Let's at least save the 680 square feet. And you know what? If we're saying parks can only be used 2 months a year or 4 months a year, we shouldn't have had Boston Common or Boston Public Garden, because those should have had buildings for the other 10 months. I mean, I think you can still do it. I hope you do. I hope you say you listen to the community, take action tonight, send them back. Just nibble it back a little bit more. It's going to be a better project. Thank you for your time.
takes a little time to absorb. Certainly.
Just a quick point on the open space public part of this. It's a triangle that is paved. It's private property. I understand that it has a civic importance as to its location, but it's not Boston Common. What we're talking about is trying to create a really usable space that matches the town's overall design plans. We've had 4 public hearings on this. This is not something that's coming out of the woodwork. It's not the first occasion at 11:15 tonight to hear these comments. We've really gone through this and we've really tried to work hard with the board and with town staff to come up with a really smart design. We think we've done that. Thank you.
Any other responses from the board? Yes, please join us up here. Tell us who you are, what your address is.
Barry Gagne, 100 Woburn Street. So a few questions with how everything's set up. I've got in this a little late on the process, and all my comments are based off of the plans that were resubmitted November 19th, and then the proposed letter that was published for if it's approved for tonight. Looking at the slides, it was G007, A300, and A32. The walls and fences that go up to the property line, one of which is our property, one of which is the property next to us. If that's open parking, if that's the garage, where the 26 feet back from our property line goes, and if that's 26 feet to the second floor, or does that include the 10-foot where it goes further back to the second floor? It says it's just gonna be stockade fencing to be substituted. Can we do the green walls or landscaping or anything in that area instead that will make it easier on all the residents in those houses? There's 3 condos and then 2 private family houses. And then also the biggest concern I had was in that study that was published on the 11/19th, the shadow study. Since that, I went and got our roof map for solar panels, and it causes significant shade over where we would have to have the solar panels for the majority of the winter and part of the summer. And I don't know how there's any way to remedy that.
You're on the north side of that property, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have a big tree?
There's a tree, yeah, and so where we had mapped, Tesla map for solar panels on the back part of the house, and using their solar study at the morning and the afternoon, morning when the sun comes up through noon, it blocks over the whole back part of the house, which currently gets sun. Basically, when we open our bedroom windows, it's bright and sunny, and this would keep that from happening, but it would also block where we'd be able to have solar panels.
Okay. Can the engineers address that?
Yeah, so you had a couple of points in there.
Yeah, I know, I had quite a few notes, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So the first one was regarding parking and screening of parking. And there's a 6-foot grade change. We'll have a fence that obviously goes up to block any view of parking. With regards to the design of the building, Andrew, there's actually there's a slide that we have that shows a view from the sidewalk as well as the backyard.
Yep.
Butters.
Well, there's 3 different pictures that I had questions with concerning how, if that's an open parking lot, if that's covered, where the goes
It's an
where the
open,
property
it's
is.
an
it'll
open
be
parking
open.
lot,
Yep.
and the building is set back 26 feet.
So
from
26 the
property line
beginning of the
towards
first
0
floor
to
of the
the
building.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and the whole building.
And the fence would go no higher than your property, but there's a 6-foot depression on the other side of the property line, so it's a 12-foot net drop between the top of your fence and the bottom of our parking garage. So you would not see any cars. What you'll see is that from your backyard.
Yeah, just not from the house, inside the house, unfortunately, but, and then, yeah, so I mean, obviously there's a concern with the shadow study that was done, and the other question I had just from reading I've done, and I know you just addressed it a little bit, John, when Dave was speaking. I know it looked like in the regular regulations, it's normally like 20 per acre. What signifies or what decides how much it can increase over that 20 for the waiver versus, I know this is 75 per acre. Like, what's the decision? How's the decision made whether it could be, 30, 40, 50, 60, 75?
So the 20 was established because that is the minimum that we as a town were allowed to have and still develop a 40R district. So we established 20 as the as the threshold, and 20 is also the minimum that we could establish. So the only way that someone could come in and develop without getting a waiver is if they had 20 units, no more, no less, right? Boom. And so really what that did.
20 units per acre.
20 units per acre, thank you. So really what that did was establish a way, right? So if a developer comes in and, right, they don't like to hear that we've done this, but they know the game, right? The developer comes in and meets everything, all of our design guidelines and meets the density threshold, then we have no leg to say no. We have no leg to even really negotiate much. So what the 20 units per acre does is it gives this board standing to have these sorts of conversations about noise and, you know, everything that, well, you haven't been on these meetings, but, right, sort of all the different things that we've talked about. And so what's the max, I think is what you asked.
Or how it's determined over 20, like any amount more than 20 or up to whatever the max could be.
The way that, at least that I look at it is what other what externalities, I'm going to use a geeky planning term, like what are the things that happen from building that project that sort of are at a level that wouldn't occur if something else were built there. So on many of these properties, right, there's a base zoning, so someone could come and build, something, right? They're just allowed to build it. Like, I'm going to point to one, a multifamily unit development down on South Main Street, sort of across from Starbucks, right? They met. We didn't, right? We didn't grant a waiver at all. They met all the zoning. We had little ability to sort of work with them on the design. That was the design, and we sort of had to approve it. They're not in 40R, so it's a little bit different. But the point being, this gives us the ability to look at sort of what else can fit on the property, and what else would they be able to build if they just used that base zoning. There was one on the Chronicle, right? They proposed
19.
More than their
They
building.
started with 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were almost able to work things through by having different parking systems and stuff, and it was just like they couldn't. It just technically they could make it work, but they couldn't work, and through the process, it went down.
So in regards to the comparison of what else could be built there, is it tax revenue for the town? Is it just what else could possibly be built size-wise?
There's, right, each parcel has zoning, and that zoning allows the property owner to build something, right? And we
so, like,
set up
going
that
from
zoning.
the 20 to the 75 in the instance of this with the 31 units, is it just arbitrary on how many are allowed, or is it just, okay, you fit under the height requirements, you fit under the border requirements, so you can fit however many you want as long as you fit into that block, so to say?
And the parking requirements, that's another constraint.
Yeah.
There has to be space to meet the.
And that's, it's what,
Yeah.
1.25?
1.25, yeah.
But it also has to be economically beneficial for the builder.
Right.
They've got the cost of their architects, the cost of the purchase of the property. And then
Architects are underpaid. It's true.
But there are carrying costs, there are fees, there are all of those things that enter into their costs. And if you look at the design guidelines for Reading, it has to be economically feasible as well. So that's one of the reasons why we have to grant waivers here and there, because it has to work for them.
And so some of the things that the 40R trades off, right, for the development really is affordable housing. And that's a big component of 40R. It's something that that is important to the whole town. And so that's, you know, the 40Rs give us the ability to sort of diversify our housing stock in town, so that we're not all single-family homes, and that we have, you know, more affordable housing and more diverse, you know, diverse housing stock, so that, you know, it's not all $1 million homes, which is what all the single-family homes are turning into, you know, so.
You have a couple hands raised on Zoom.
Can I just
When you
one
said-
last
yeah,
thing,
please.
I don't know if the architect or the representatives can just help address a little bit of why it would just be stockade fencing inside versus a green wall versus landscaping versus something to help mask the area for those 3 houses, and then also I don't even know what can be done about the shadow study that was provided.
So the shadow study shows no impact during normal, which is usually March through October. In the winter months, I think you'd probably frankly find that buildings are already casting shadow, existing buildings on your property. Obviously in the dark times of the day, in the morning and the night. So our shadow study, I think actually because you're north of us, shows very little impact on your house, March through October. Yeah, I mean, I think this is December, this is the darkest day of the year, shows a little bit of impact at 9 a.m. if I'm correct. And then this is all existing, this is existing shadow from other structures, this is existing shadow from other structures. That's not caused by our building. So I guess I'm a little confused as to why Tesla's telling you my building's creating a problem for you.
Well, it looked like from the shadow study pictures, the shadow was over the back of our house, and that's where they told us the solar panels would go.
At 9 a.m. there's a little bit of shadow, and then it moves off by about 10 o'clock, and the shadow that's on your house is created by the Our House building and the condo building next to you. And that's in December. So if you look at March, other times of year, I don't think there's any impact on your property from.
Pardon me, the Our House building is lower than their house, so how can it be casting a shadow on their?
Because at 9 a.m. on December, or whatever the shortest day of the year is, which is what we modeled, the sun is so low that the aperture is virtually any building creates a bunch of shadow.
I'm actually confused by the shadow on number 1. It says that's December 20th at 5 p.m. The sun's probably set at 4 or something.
Yeah, that's basically dark. It's dark. It was taken at 5 p.m. just at those 3 cardinal times of year. Fall solstice, summer solstice, winter solstice, and then spring and fall equinox. And I think to Jamie's point, you can see that, you know, really of the 9 images, all but the lower right-hand corner has the building free of shadow.
The top left.
Lower left-hand corner.
No, like top left, that covers the whole back of our property and back of our house. I'm not an engineer, I'm not a designer, maybe I'm reading the.
Yeah, I mean, it casts shadow for an hour, I think maybe 2 hours, and then it moves off. So I don't think it's not. It's certain. I mean, I don't know, Josh. I don't know what the shadow regs in the town are, but I know I've done a lot of work in Boston, and it's usually you can't have shadow for more than like 3.5 hours consistently, and this does not show that to be the case.
Okay, so we'll have to find out what Reading requires for that versus Boston.
I don't believe they have a regulation.
And then in regards to the parking, why wouldn't like the green wall or landscape or anything be carried inside the parking that's used on the outside of Chute Street?
I wasn't
just
planning on
stockade
touching
fencing?
your fence, so I would build a fence inboard of yours. If you want, I'm happy to discuss replacing your fence and figuring out something. I think a green wall is probably not something that would work there without, you know, irrigation. and
Yeah,
stuff.
so just reading through there, it just said, you know, stockade fencing, and that just seems like, I'm not sure.
You have an existing 8-foot white fence.
Right.
Correct? So I'm not going above your fence, so you wouldn't see my fence from your fence. If you'd like me to, I can talk to you about replacing your fence, and if the neighbor wanted to do that with a consistent
I don't know what any
finish, I'm happy
options
to do
are,
that.
it's just,
It wouldn't be a stockade wooden fence if that's your question.
yeah, it's just like I said, I just read through this stuff and
Yeah.
I don't understand a lot of it, so that's why I have to ask questions.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's what we're here for.
All set?
Thank you.
Okay, I hope we've answered some of your questions.
So on Zoom, you have Sue Coppola first and then Angela Binda second.
Sue Coppola, are you there?
I am here, thank you. So, Sue Capola, property owner at 98 Reuben Street. Thank you. I appreciate the comments of tonight, particularly of, Robert and Barry, just related to the size of the structure. Just to go back to 2 points on the shadow casting, it did look like that there was impact to both properties based on the height of the building. And just wanted to call attention to that. Sun, of course, is important, and light is important into the houses as well as into the backyards, as well as the transformer location. If that transformer location is to move, as a butter, I'd like to know where it will be moved to and ensure it isn't moved back into the parking lots or closer to the homes for all the issues that transformers can cause that were raised earlier.
Any other raised hands?
Yes, so you have Angela Binda.
Angela, please.
Hi, Angela Bendit, town meeting member. I'll be brief. I want to echo what was said by Ms. Klisch before with regard to what is open space. I don't see how a second story space or a foyer can be considered open space. That little triangular area in the front of the building, while it might be private property, it has been open for so long. And for me, it has to do with just the breathability of that part of the downtown and the sight lines. So if the developer decides to build it all up, I hope that doesn't happen, but I really don't think that we need to be playing games about what is considered open space or what people think of as open space. I completely agree with Ms. Klisch on what she stated about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Drill.
Ken Nielsen, Grand Street. It was brought up about Reading Light. Did anybody think about the gas company? Is the pipes in the street large enough to support the Woburn Street project or the other project that we're here talking about now? And you're not supposed to dig up the street after 10 years. Once the pipe goes in, you can't dig it up for 10 years. And it all has to be approved by the town of Reading if you can do an emergency to open the street. Other than that, when they did do the Reading Light building, yes, they dug up a pipe that nobody knew was there. Yes, I was stuck back there. I was in the office back there. So you gotta make sure it's large enough. And I know that the gas utilities really don't wanna add any more to the load. They wanna just keep replacing the pipe with what size it is. Because all my friends at the gas company are now finding new jobs because they were doing marketing. There's no marketing anymore of new projects. So I better check with them before we go too far. The sound, I don't believe that's 70. It may be 70 now, because that seems just too low. You got 31 condenser units. There are 12,
We were talking about the baseline before. We were talking about the baseline before
I
for
understand.
sound. So until the building is built, we can't even begin to assess what that sound will be.
It's gonna be loud. 31 condenser.
It's in line with the current standards for those units?
They have to have 2 feet all around them, so you can't bunch them up in the front for noise.
They'll be installed in the right way, and their baseline is consistent with the current unit quality of those units.
Okay. I just know I work on a lot of air conditioning systems. I can't carry on a conversation with 2 units running. Not 31. And
So-
then you got the rooftops and exhaust fans and makeup air systems and exhaust systems for,
And high-end commercial systems are much more efficient and more quiet than the old stuff that's on that building right now. And they will be required to put the screen more likely just to eat up some of that sound, and that'll be up at the roof line. So that'll happen during their construction phase, during their construction design phase.
it's gonna
It's not gonna go.
It's gonna be noisy. And I agree, whoever came up with the solar panels, I did a building in Brookline. They put $85,000 worth of photovoltaic. It does the foyer lights.
That's all.
That's it.
Well, by the time we have to meet the carbon footprint issue, I'm sure we'll have solar panels that produce heat.
Oh.
So one can only hope.
California wants to be all electric in 2024. And they're getting rid of all gas-fired and fossil fuel equipment.
That'll be part
They're
of the
going
plans
all
in the
electric.
future. But for now,
No,
Yeah.
it's just if they're going to design the building, you know.
they'll have to
take that into
retrofit when they
consideration.
get to that point.
Okay.
So while we're on the point of infrastructure, can you tell me what kind of heat will be provided for the buildings? Air conditioning, I'm assuming, is going to be part of it?
Absolutely. So we'll likely be running electric heat pumps. So the building will be in line with the sustainability goals for the state. The building already has natural gas hookup, so it will be able to utilize that. But I think we'll have to weigh that obviously against a larger carbon profile for the building with the goal of making a sustainable project as we possibly can.
Yes, please, join us.
Thank you. Mary Ellen O'Neill. I would just like to say quickly, I appreciate that the Cpdc is undertaking the review of the 40R downtown smart growth district bylaws. And I don't know if you might be able to consider an evening dedicated to that in January so we can get those moving and get going on that. I would like to see if we can push back this building a little bit and have at least say about 600 square feet there at the tip and save that. We're losing every little small bit that we have downtown. The little open area in front of the Chronicles will be gone, as we talked about before. And whatever's coming the right aid. And I think we have to, you know, if we can hang on to this, let's hang on to it, given its location. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Okay.
If I may.
Yes, please.
Quick follow-up. Chair Adrian, just to the comment of that the projects need to be economical, of course they do. The Two Haven project was built before the 40R. It's a 3-story building. It was economical to build without all these incentives at a much smaller density. And I think those were office condos that were selling for around 200 grand. It has to be abundantly within the economics that if this project, just for example, were half the size, it would still be well within the economics to build it. Just common sense, looking at those numbers. Even taking 10% off of it, if you took 3 units off it and got some of these things that everybody's asking for, made it 28 units, it would still be fabulously profitable. I can't see any of them saying to you with a straight face that it wouldn't be profitable at 28 units an acre, just for an example. It would still well within meet all the goals that we've been talking about, including the affordability and everything else. It would give you all the little things that people are asking for. Thank you very much.
John, did you want to share that with the group?
No.
Yes, Josh,
Quick
please.
statement, just there's a lot of anecdotal statements being made about profitability, referencing the 2 Haven Street project that was done 20 some odd years ago. As of right development, that is what as of right is allowed in this district. That high, you can go higher, you can go right to the lot lines. You could build on this site a 4-story office building that covers the entire lot with 0 parking. That is the underlying Business B zoning district. That's obviously not what we want to do. But you have to look at it in context, taking little pieces of this and saying, I compare it to this and I compare it to that. It just doesn't work that way. You have to look at it in a whole scale, holistic thing. That's what 40R is. And referencing the density question, you have to go back to the statute. 20 is the minimum to allow the town to have a 40R district. The statute also says the town has to approve these projects unless you can show that what is being proposed is going to have substantial detrimental impacts on the town. The statute intentionally flips the head on regular zoning, and it's intended to allow production of affordable housing and more commuter rail-based projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh, can you point me to where it says we have to allow it?
Yes. I'm going to quote 40R Section 11. The project shall be approved by the approving authority subject only to those conditions that are necessary. 1, to ensure substantial compliance with the proposed projects, the requirements of the smart growth zoning or smart home zoning district ordinance or bylaw, or to mitigate any extraordinary adverse impacts of the project or nearby properties. An application may only be denied on the grounds the product does not meet the conditions and requirements set forth in the smart growth zoning district or zoning bylaw, or the applicant failed to submit information of the ordinance or bylaw that is possible not to adequately mitigate significant adverse project impacts on nearby properties by means of suitable conditions. 40R Section 11.
Just to be clear, there is nothing that says we must.
And that was mischaracterized, correct. Nothing says you have to approve. Really what the statute is saying is that traditional zoning says you can't do certain things without specific approvals. 40R takes that and says, look, we want to promote this type of project, and you need to approve these types of projects barring legitimate reasons that you can't do it.
I understand what it does, I just wanted to be clear.
Oh, certainly, no, thank you. I better to clear the record, thank you.
We do have 2 more hands raised, actually 3. Angela, your hand remained raised. Did you have any new comments?
Sorry, no, it should be lowered. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we still have Sue Capola again and Karen Herrick once more.
Let's hear from Sue if we could.
Yes, please. I'm just wondering if we could have a response to anything related to the shadow casting that was raised, or the thoughts on transformer location. At our last town meeting, we also heard commentary from the Ash Street project related to the noise on the roof related to the air conditioning and the air handlers, and the fact that they were much more noisy and went above the decibels that had been projected. So what is the consequence to that if this goes forward, or as this goes forward?
So I guess I can take the shadow.
Please.
I mean, I think we submitted this in July. I've heard nothing negative on shadow until tonight. I think my experience, Reading, to my knowledge, does not have a bylaw restricting specifics on shadow. To my knowledge, in other communities, Boston being one of them, which obviously is not necessarily comparable, they do not look at shadow after October or before March. So, and even within that parameter, there's certain characteristics of how long shadow can exist on one singular spot. So my take on this, obviously somewhat biased, is that the shadow study is very, very incredibly low impact for what this is. And these properties abutting are all on the north side of the project, which further negates an impact. There is obviously some shadow on the properties, as there is shadow existing from multiple other buildings on these properties today. Other than that, I really don't know what else to add here.
And just really the only reference to shadow studies within the design guidelines, it says that really there shall be no casting of unacceptable shadow, and that's the only terminology.
And then to speak to the transformer question, we currently have it located in a place that is easily accessed for maintenance if the event should arise. We also have it on High Street specifically so that it is further away from the building. Now, with that being said, we have adjusted the building over the last several presentations, and so we do have more distance between your house and the building. And in fact, we also have a location now on Chute Street that I'm thinking of that in theory we could move the transformer to. So I think we'll be able to develop a very a more than adequate solution for it, and it'll be well integrated, if not concealed, as best as possible from any view.
I think that would satisfy the board and we could see the change.
Yeah, and so anyway, so I think in general, the transformer is something that obviously is something to be very conscious of, and we have been in terms of how we've organized the ground floor of the building so far.
So one thing that we typically do, right, when we get to a certain point is make sure that you do go to RMLD and talk with them for their requirements, and especially on a site like this, as Mr. Talbot brought up, that you know there isn't a whole lot of options you have, and so what we don't want to do is you know have that not be, you know have you end up having to change the building because of the transformer location. So now is definitely the appropriate time to make sure that you've got those requirements and can find a site that meets all the needs. So.
Do we have any more raised hands?
Yes, Herrick still has her hand.
Sue?
Yes, Herrick, Karen Herrick.
Karen? You there, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I apologize, I'll be brief. Thank you again, all committee members. It's a long meeting, and you have a lot of ground to cover. And I apologize, I don't know all of the developer representatives live in the select board room. I very much appreciate a commitment to look at air source heat pumps for this building. And I heard you say you would use the existing gas line. I think you'll find RMLD to be incredibly helpful and economically beneficial as part of the design process. And to another comment that was made, I'm also a member of town meeting, and this is the second session on this particular project. And at the first session I attended, you know, there were 3 select board members, and I've been hearing lots and lots of concerns about the size and density of this project since it was first proposed. So I appreciate everybody working toward a resolution for the best project for this community and hearing these concerns. A massive building going up and shadowing a home, you know, that's not insignificant. The amount of work that has to be done to dig up the roads, losing open space, sightlines, these are all pretty serious concerns. So I thank you to the owners and the project reps for continuing to work with the committee and hear the community's concerns. Thank you.
Are there any more questions or comments from the audience? Steph? Just look at the waivers.
You wanna continue the project? What do you wanna do?
Given the lateness of the hour, you either fish or cut bait.
Well,
Actually, can I just say something?
Sure.
The meeting sort of stole my thunder. At the very beginning, when they first came in, what did they have, 34 units, I think? Is that what it was? The original layout? It was in the 30s, high 30s, right? Higher 30s?
38.
Right. And I told you that I thought it should be around 24 to 28 units. And this has what the discussion was tonight from other people. I just always felt that 24 to 28 units is where I thought the massing would come in correctly. So, you know, this board knows from our recent discussions on 40R that I've been pushing for developers to open their books when they tell us that they can't make this project feasible, their project feasible. And so that's where I am right now on this project. If you're telling me that you can't make this project economically feasible at 24 units, then you need to show that to me. You need to prove that to me with your pro forma or open up your books and show me. I know construction costs. I know they're going way up. I know that there's all kinds of delays on equipment. But you know, that density waiver that you're looking for is high, and I'm gonna need something more substantial than just you telling me that you can't do it lower. That's where I am right now. Everything else I like about this project.
Nick, can I respond quickly?
Sure.
So I think the issue here is the affordable housing component. And just on the order of magnitude, the dilutive effect of one affordable unit requires about 2.5 market units to make up that difference. And if you look at the other projects that this board's approved, that's very consistent on any project above the I think the cutoff is 12 units, Josh, if I'm correct. So if you look at the four other projects, 40Rs, that would require affordable units, that metric is almost exactly in line with all of them. And that dovetails very closely with my 31 units. So I guess my answer to you is, I think given where construction costs are today, and this project would not be built for 2 more years, I don't think the project's economically viable at less than what I'm living with today, which is 3 units less than what I came to you guys with originally.
Sure,
And let me just finish. I'm sorry?
What profit line are you adding to that market rate?
I guess that's a subjective answer. I mean, I think the answer is, the other projects that have been done here with outside capital all require the same metric of affordable to market. So why would my metric, I guess, be any different than theirs?
Well, if you're looking to put in 30 units and the building just before you was only doing 6 units and putting in a third, and 30% of it was retail, and you're giving us, you're giving us just a little bit more retail than those 6 units were giving us.
Right, but their building is comparably much smaller, and they have no affordable component within that. So, I guess it's not really apples to apples in my opinion, but again, it's a subjective argument.
Well, I wasn't comparing it to anybody else, actually. I was just comparing it to this one. And that's why I'm looking at massing and I'm looking at some of the other components, and I'm wondering, how to make it work at that lower number.
I mean, the massing, getting hung up on the unit count to me I'm not sure I totally understand the logic, because the massing.
Because there's nothing else I can reduce in this building.
Well, the massing, yeah, but I mean, isn't that to your point? The massing is significantly lower than the other larger 40R projects that have an affordable component that have been approved by the board. So I guess I could put 60 200 square foot units here, obviously, if they conform to code, and I could find the parking for it in a smaller building. But I'm not quite sure the unit count doesn't necessarily dictate the size of the building. The size of the building is a mixture of a ton of different things, of which you guys have pushed and pulled to your credit, asked us for more retail, less parking, reconfiguration of lobbies, more setbacks, all of which I think we've provided here. And at the end of the day, I'm being pushed and pulled and squeezed, and I've got to pay for this building. And you've also, to your credit again, required a very expensive building for us to build, which I'm more than willing to do because I think it's in the best interest of the town. But all those things, there's a trade-off for all of those different things. And I'm kind of, frankly, I'm sort of at where I'm at.
I get that, but what I'm saying is that I think the architecture on this building is really good, and I think that what you've done with the 31 units is really good, but there's no way to make a significant impact on the mass of this building unless you take out units, right? Well, what am I going to do? If we took out that small retail space on the high street side, what does that help?
I mean, I guess the answer is no, because I could take out 3, 4, 5 units, however many you want me to do, and I could just build bigger units on the same envelope of building. So
I'm not saying to build bigger units. I'm saying to take out units.
I know, but it's not a, I think you're looking at it too myopically. It's not quite that simple. You can't just remove one unit. It just, I don't know what else to say. I mean, I guess I'd be happy to sit with you and go through it, but again, like, I've never been, the other projects that this board has approved are very consistent with what I'm asking for, and I think the metrics of the math bear out what I'm saying. And at the end of the day, there's a reason why I'm asking for what I'm asking, and you know, I guess we may be at an impasse, but I think I've given you guys the best building I can possibly give you with what I need to pay for it. And compensate me for risk for 2 years.
As I mentioned before, as we go forward from the first 40R building that we did, everybody else, unfortunately, doesn't get the full benefit of that, of what's allowed. We needed some anchor buildings to get this thing moving, and those were approved at high density because we needed those anchor buildings. We have those anchor buildings, and everybody's looking to build more and more, and we are addressing what the right scale is now, because there is impact to infrastructure, right? Everybody, you can't just keep doing this cumulative thing and everyone just looking at their own little boundary.
But I think what I'm confused about is, I mean, and granted they haven't been adopted, but the proposed zoning changes that you guys debated last week, my building is in conformance with all of those for a tier 3 building, every single one. So I don't understand how I guess I'm a little frustrated, I think, to some degree, that we're 4 meetings into this. I've spent obviously a lot of time, effort, and money cooperating and trying to get to a good place. I think I'm in conformance with the documents that you guys are debating yourselves, and now I'm being told the building's too big. I don't have a great answer for you, unfortunately.
I'd like to chime in here because I just have to say, this is not the first time the notion of the building being too big has come up, and I think we've all worked together. I keep hearing from the community nothing but this building is too big. I hear from ourselves from time to time, it is a little bit too big. Shadows were brought up again tonight. It has been a while since shadows were brought up. I think the first abutter may have sold her house. So there are issues that have come up that are still kind of unresolved, and I personally am feeling like, alrighty, I'm kind of seeing what we can do with this. Nick is not alone in feeling like this is still too big, and I'm not quite sure how else to make it scale to the size of the location, and also to the transition of the neighborhood. I feel like if a neighbor can't put solar panels on their property, that is an unacceptable shadow to the abutting residential area. So I will also just say, I'm struggling with this because I still also feel like it's too big. You are the architects, you would know how to bring down the mass. Nick has given a suggestion, he's not alone.
So, I mean, I'm gonna tell you guys, like, the project is dead. I can't afford to do it. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I think you've done everything that I appreciate that you've done. You've pushed and pulled and hammered me, and I just, construction costs are through the roof. You've asked me for an expensive building. You've asked me to bring in more retail. You've asked me to reconfigure parking. I'm conforming to the zoning envelope that I'm asked to conform to. I'm literally conforming. I mean, I can lower that little cap on the roof to get within my height constraints. So literally the only waiver I'd be asking is a parking waiver for my drive aisle width, because it's a singular circulation. I'd be asking for a loading waiver so I can load inside my garage. And I'd be asking for a density waiver, and that's it. And so I think, I understand that you guys feel it's too big, and I guess I don't, I think we're just at an impasse, unfortunately, here.
Oh, but first of all, that's just my opinion. I don't know where the rest of the board stands, and we don't need to discuss that tonight. I just threw that out there so you'd have something to think about while, because we're continuing. So let's not downplay the significance of a density waiver.
I'm not downplaying it, I'm just saying I think it needs to be.
Like, it's the only one besides height that really makes a difference, right? Because parking is a piece of crap, frankly. Right? We've never had a real parking enforcement. We don't have a real parking plan, let's put it that way. Right? 0 parking for retail, come on. So that's a joke.
Yeah, I mean.
Anyways, you know where I stand right now. Like I said, I like everything else about the building. So if you want to continue, we can work on this discussion later. Wait.
Move to continue?
Yeah, so, yeah, I think so. I'm expecting Bob Marley to come through.
Earlier.
The next available meeting agenda is January 24th at 7:30.
7:30, good.
Okay, so I move to continue to January 24th at 7:30.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Wait a second.
No, hold on, we have to vote on that.
Wait a second.
Yes.
Don't rush everything so much.
Can we vote on the motion?
Oh, yeah, sure, do that. We're
All right.
gonna adjourn the meeting, that's what I'm saying.
Don't adjourn yet, okay,
Alright.
Yeah.
okay.
So there's a motion that's seconded to continue the public hearing till
January 24th.
January 24th at
7:30.
7:30. And so you should
And
just take the
so,
vote.
can we vote?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Point of order, do I vote or does Katarina vote?
I'm gonna get over this idea that we need to vote on this motion. I don't think any of the board votes on this motion.
Probably for like administrative things like that, you could, but let's
Yeah,
just
that's
keep
what I
it
did the
clean.
first time, but
Yeah.
it's totally fine.
Okay.
Just keep it
Aye.
clean. Tony likes to vote. He's not ready to give it up yet.
I follow the rules.
You'll have your day.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Josh.
Tony, I like that you know the rules down pat.
Yep.
Really well at it. They got it all. Thanks, Ken.
Before we adjourn, is there anything we need to know?
I'm kind of brain dead at this point. I feel like there was something I was gonna say. So we are trying to reserve like most of your meeting on the 10th for the zoning to Mary Ellen's request, because like otherwise we're not gonna make it to your whole town meeting. Like if we continue not talking about it. So just so you know, that's why we've closed the agenda for the 10th.
So will that
One
be the
sign
only item on
permit
the
and
agenda?
zoning.
Oh,
Yeah.
with the
So we can
signs.
deal with the
Maybe some
40R
signs, yeah.
zoning that night. No, just the one sign, not maybe some signs.
Okay.
Agenda is
Just the one
closed.
sign.
Okay. We're getting down to the wire on the zoning.
And I would not suggest having another meeting more than the 2 a month that we've been having.
Yeah, we're not,
I think I'm up to 5 in the past month.
yeah, no, it's
Between this and
crazy.
Park, I'm done.
Also.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
done.
we're not,
Yeah.
we're not,
can't.
we're not doing more than 2 for you guys. And we're hoping to phase that out as the year goes on.
It would be nice, but we're probably gonna have more
It's insane.
projects in front of us.
Well, so that's all the update from me, really. I just want to say to Mary Ellen's point, that is what we're trying to do.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
So we really need to dig into it next time and like figure out what we want to do. So yeah, you can feel free to adjourn. That's all I have. Do you have anything?
I like having Nick up there and like super signs.
Nick, I really like that you did that really pretty background.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed whenever you've come on, not only because of what you say, but because I get to look at the tide coming in and going out.
Me there right now.
Quick question on that. After the new year, are we allowed to do remote still?
So remote is until April 1st.
April.
Okay.
According to the legislation that modified open meeting law for the pandemic. Yeah. It may become more or may end on April 1st. We shall see.
Yep.
I don't think there's anything proposed currently to like to modify that or to extend that.
But could we do different from what the state says?
No,
mandates?
that's what I'm saying, it comes from the state.
Okay,
We
so
can do less, but we
We're,
can't do
it's
more.
an adjustment to open meeting law. So for committee members, remote participation has been a thing for a long time. But for the staff and public, it has not. Yeah, so that's the, and before the pandemic, if you were gonna be remote, you still had to have a quorum in person, which is not currently required. So there's a lot of nuances there.
may I ask a question of Nick? Were you serious about asking for a pro forma statement from the builders?
We're out of session.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you mean in general, yeah, I would like to see some evidence to support their argument.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna stop you from adjourning if you wanna adjourn.
Right, it's not unusual, right, for planning boards to ask that. Reading doesn't, it hasn't, but other towns certainly do.
The question then
Usually-
becomes like, do you feel like you have the expertise to
Right.
understand what you're given and
Yes.
would you want a third party person
Yes.
to review it and give you guidance, like it can be a.
Which usually, right, it usually means that it's bigger projects and you get a peer reviewer and
Right.
that sort of thing,
Right.
but maybe we do have that
Yeah,
expertise.
and if that's what's, if that's what you want, we can coordinate that, so. But you have time to think about it.
Yeah, all right.
all right. So our next meeting is,
Your next meeting is January 10th. You gonna adjourn?
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna get any more emails. Oh, here's another meeting next week.
Sorry.
I'll motion to adjourn.
Second.
do we have to vote on every
Sure.
motion?
Yes, let's go.
We're gone.
Night, Nick, thank you.
Thank you, Nick.